Are we live again? We should be live again. I don't know what happened there. Welcome back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Can someone link me the post again about the free speech, please? Oh, and I think it was you. Yeah. Thank you.
If we don't have free speech,
okay.
If we don't have free speech, then we just don't have a free country. It's as simple as that. If this most fundamental right is allowed to perish, then the rest of our rights and liberties will topple, just like dominoes, one by one. They'll go down.
True.
That's why today I'm announcing my plan to shatter the left-wing censorship regime and to reclaim the right to free speech for all Americans. And reclaim is a very important word in this case because they've taken it away. In recent weeks, bombshell reports have confirmed that a sinister group of deep state bureaucrats, Silicon Valley tyrants, left-wing activists, and depraved corporate news media have been conspiring to manipulate and silence the American people. They have...
If you want to know who is the evil group, always look at who is trying to silence the people. If you're ever in doubt, if you ever think to yourself, man, I don't know, Group A or Group B, like who's really the evil ones, look at who is trying to silence the people. Because if there's one thing that every dictatorship did throughout history, it is ban speech. You have to ban speech because you cannot allow people to run around saying whatever they want, because if they do, they might cause revolutions. And banning speech is the first priority for any dictatorship. So I'm on board.
Have collaborated to suppress vital information on everything from elections to public health. The censorship cartel must be dismantled and destroyed, and it must happen immediately. And here's my plan. First, within hours of my inauguration, I will sign an executive order banning any federal department or agency from colluding with any organization, business, or person to censor, limit, categorize, or impede the lawful speech of American citizens.
Dude, this is how I know the next 4 years are gonna be insane. Trump didn't do this in 2016. He already has everything planned, dude. He probably already has that executive order typed up. He's ready. Like, the man is ready. He's ready to go. By the time he hits office, there's going to be a lot of people in trouble.
I will then ban federal money from being used to label domestic speech as mis or disinformation. And I will begin the process of identifying and firing every federal bureaucrat who has engaged in domestic censorship, directly or indirectly, whether they are the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Health, Human Services, the FBI, the DOJ, no matter who they are. Second, I will order the Department of Justice.
Dude, that's huge. Because we know the DOJ, the FBI, they were all involved with Facebook. I mean, we have the reports. We have Facebook in Congress admitting that they received letters from the DNC, from the FBI, from the DOJ to squash certain types of speech. Mark Zuckerberg testified how it was the FBI that told them to deregulate a story that was about to break for Russian disinformation. Turns out it was the Hunter Biden story. And, that just sort of came out. Everyone denied that it was true until, of course, it was true. As non-American, this is best and most fun outcome. I agree with that. Watching US elections is best soap opera. I agree with that. I really hope Trump pushes through with all of these promises. Ravy G, I think Trump has surrounded himself with a number of people that won't allow him to not do it. The biggest issue that Trump faces is RFK, Tulsi Gabbard. These are all people that just will not stand by and allow him to go back on his promises. So, yeah, I highly doubt he's not going to do it. I think he is going to.
Is to investigate all parties involved in the new online censorship regime, which is absolutely destructive and terrible, and to aggressively prosecute any and all crimes identified. These include possible violations of federal civil rights law, campaign finance laws, federal election law, securities law, and antitrust laws, the Hatch Act, and a host of other potential criminal, civil, regulatory, and constitutional offenses. To assist in these efforts, I am urging House Republicans to immediately send preservation letters, and we have to do this right now, to the Biden.
Problem is how it can be misused. Have an FBI agent that is investigating something you don't want, just fire him and say he did something against free speech 4 years ago. MHW, but again, this is, I highly doubt that that is what's happening here, because if you listen to what the executive order is about, the case isn't going away, right? Just because you fire the agent that is doing the investigation doesn't mean the FBI doesn't still have the investigation on file. It's also never just one agent that's doing the investigating. But if there are, let's say, for example, in your scenario, Agent B 5 years ago sent a bunch of stuff to Facebook to censor a bunch of critical information, and he is now investigating Donald Trump, he should be fired. He should absolutely be fired, and he should be tried for breaking the law, because the FBI is part of the government. They're not allowed to censor speech. That's in the Constitution. So fundamentally, I don't care. I genuinely think this is a non-issue. They should not be going after people's ability to speak. I don't care about disinformation or misinformation. Shut the hell up. I'm not saying you should shut the hell up. I'm saying they should shut the hell up. The truth has a way of getting out. Always. If you allow for people to speak, eventually the truth comes out and eventually people accept the truth. We've seen what censorship has done. Do you think it's a coincidence that you now have a group of people that suddenly again believe that the earth may be flat? Do you guys truly think that that's a coincidence? It's a result of censorship, because people look and they say, wait a second, if these guys are allowed to control what we do and do not see, what if they've always done this? So what if all of this is just a lie? What if we really never went to the moon, but they just wanted us to think that because we can see that that's what they're doing? They're very interested in feeding us the information that they want us to know about. And then you end up with, literally this weekend, I had an almost 4-hour conversation with a dude that kept telling me, we've never been to the fucking moon. And I'm like, bro, like, seriously, there's a lot of things in this world that we could be arguing about, but not that. Like, that as a secret is too big to keep. There's too many people that would have been involved in that would have spoken up already. It's just, but this is what happens when people lose trust in the government. And the only way people lose trust in the government is when government starts censoring things. When governments start putting their hands on the scales. That's when people lose their trust in the government. Because, well, if government's doing it now, what proof do we have that they haven't done this always? Shay, how you doing? Fran, Australia does not exist. It's made up. True. Also, birds are government drones. So I absolutely agree with what Trump is doing here, because I think for too long, and this is what the politicians are so good at this. They use these almost they use these very clever terms, like, for example, disinformation and misinformation, which is vague enough that no one really knows what the hell it means, but it's targeted enough that they can just remove stuff that they don't agree with. So, for example, the whole disinformation thing, the way Facebook did it was they pushed the story down out of fear that it may have been disinformation. So they didn't remove it, but they did make sure that almost no one could see it. So they deregulated it and pushed it way back down because it may have been disinformation. So it's not fully a lie, but it might be a lie. Who knows? It's and the reason it has to be that vague is because it allows them to do whatever they want, right? They can label literally everything. I don't know if you guys remember, not that long ago, about three and a half years ago, even uttering the idea that COVID may have come from a lab. So you're not even saying that COVID absolutely came from a lab. You're just asking the question, could it have come from a lab? Would have gotten you banned or blacklisted on social media. You would have been gone. And now we know that that's most likely exactly what happened, because we have had more information come out, and the information seems to continuously back up the idea that this thing came from a lab. If we didn't have all this misinformation, disinformation bullshit, we could have started investigating that 3 years ago already, which would have done a lot of good. Dude, COVID did so much damage to government trust. It is ridiculous. This denomination is useful for governments. When a definition is vague, it's up to the justice system to decide. True. No government can be trusted. It's very simple. We are nothing but numbers for politicians, statistics. As Wendy Gunn said, if you think government would not do something, oh yes, they would. They already have, most likely. I said it was released by USA, and I was banned on a Reddit group. I'm so proud of myself. Well done.
Biden administration, the Biden campaign, and every Silicon Valley tech giant ordering them not to destroy evidence of censorship.
Happy to have you, Morgoth.
Upon my inauguration as president, I will ask Congress to send a bill to my desk revising Section 230.
The only reason I know what Section 230 is I'm a YouTuber. And, dude,
hey,
Section 230, Mr. Rumors, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Section 230 has been the bane of my existence ever since starting. And the reason is, Section 230 defends social media companies from any and all lawsuits. They can literally not be sued. Because under Section 230, any social media company that isn't curating and editorializing the information on there, in other words, it is just a site where people can post whatever. And it makes perfect sense why Section 230 was passed. Companies like Facebook, companies like YouTube had a real problem. Well, what do we do if someone posts hateful crap on our site? Are we held responsible for this? Like, could people sue us? And then government steps in and says, no, we'll give you immunity, provided that you don't editorialize and that you don't, curate the information that is on your website. So they have these protections, but what do they do with these protections? They start curating and editorializing, and they still have the protections. So you have someone like Alex Jones, for example, completely banned off of YouTube. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of Alex Jones. I find him funny, but I'm not a fan of his. But you have someone like Alex Jones banned off of YouTube because YouTube thinks that he's a spreader of mis and disinformation, and they still can't be sued. Like, Alex Jones still can't sue YouTube for the fact that they're discriminating against them. It's absolutely nuts that these laws are still in place. Personally, I think either 230 can be completely repealed or absolutely overhauled.
Get big online platforms out of censorship business. From now on, digital platforms should only qualify for immunity protection under Section 230 if they meet high standards of neutrality, transparency, fairness, and non-discrimination. We should require these platforms to...
Dude, and it's so easy. Shacey, how you doing? YouTube and Facebook and all these guys will use the excuse that, oh, but the advertisers, that's why we're demonetizing. Because demonetization is literally the same as censorship. Why do I say this? If you demonetize someone, their livelihood goes away. Their ability to do this full-time goes away. So if they don't have a large enough audience that they can start a website and people can support them through the website, they're screwed. They have to leave. They have to go do other things. They can no longer do what they used to do. So I personally would like to see all of these companies completely repeal all of their BS protections and instead just say to advertisers, hey, we can't control where your ads go. They might go on racist videos, they might not. But guess what? Just because a Pepsi ad is playing next to a dude, making some wild claims, doesn't mean that Pepsi is endorsing the dude making wild claims. Or get your AI to be better. Fix your AI in such a way that you're not demonetizing people and you're not banning people, but certain ads play on certain videos and other ads don't play on other videos. It's as simple as that. And make the advertisers pay more if they want to be picking which videos they can and cannot be playing on. I love this. YouTube will just relocate in European Union because EU is more than happy to censor internet. Niara, YouTube... I don't think YouTube can do that, first and foremost. They would need so much regulatory oversight in order to move from America to Europe. It would be insane. Not to mention the fact that all of their staff is in America, so it would be very difficult. I don't think companies like that can just relocate.
Increase their efforts to take down unlawful content such as child exploitation and promoting terrorism while dramatically curtailing their power to arbitrarily restrict.
Dude, these companies are so busy censoring people just speaking normally that they completely miss things like child exploitation. I don't know if you guys saw this. This was a few months ago, maybe like a year ago at this point. People found actual YouTube videos labeled for kids of a dude showing kids how blowjobs are supposed to be performed. Like how this guy and his boyfriend was literally, they just had a sheet up between them, so you couldn't actually see what was happening. But the boyfriend was literally performing oral on him on video. And this shit is just on YouTube for kids to see. That's literally the kind of crap that we're dealing with. And these things go completely unpunished by YouTube because they're too busy, looking for the guy who might suggest, even for a moment, that COVID was from a lab. Morgan, yeah, it was a massive story not that long ago. Oh, Ghost Fryer, I don't have the link to that video. I just remember the story. I think the Quartering covered it. He showed the splash screen of it, and then I think Ben Shapiro spoke about it as well. Blair White had a video on this as well. Who else? I think Shoe on Head even did a video on this. So all of the people that I watch, because I like to watch the conservative stuff and also the more liberal stuff and sort of the center stuff, when all of them cover the same story, I kind of, okay, true. So I was sort of looking at all of their coverage and I was like, whoa, this is nuts. Mooksart, how are you doing? Thank you.
Lawful speech. Fourth, we need to break up the entire toxic censorship industry that has arisen under the false guise of tackling so-called mis- and disinformation. The federal government should immediately stop funding all nonprofits and academic programs that support this authoritarian project.
Based.
If any U.S. university is discovered to have engaged in censorship activities or election interferences in the past, such as flagging social media content for removal of blacklisting, those universities should lose federal research dollars and federal student loan support for a period of 5 years and maybe more. We should also enact new laws laying out clear criminal penalties for federal bureaucrats who partner with private entities to do an end run around the Constitution and deprive Americans of their First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendment rights.
So, Niara, will he do this? Absolutely. What people don't understand, Trump has nothing to lose. Nothing. He can physically not be re-elected at the end of this. Now, of course, he might change the Constitution, in which case, Trump 2042, I can already see it. It's going to be glorious. But let's say he doesn't change the Constitution, just like he didn't the last time, despite what all the fucking Democrats will tell you, right? Trump has nothing to lose. He can literally go in there with a sledgehammer and just screw up everything, like just destroy everything. And he doesn't have to care, because at the end of his 4-year term, he's gone. And here's the thing. Trump is in the perfect position now to actually build a legacy. If Trump does all of this and more in the next 4 years, the next election sees J.D. Vance being elected as president, because why wouldn't people elect J.D. Vance? I believe the Democrats are so over at this point, it is not even funny. J.D. Vance will then have Tulsi Gabbard as his running mate. Tulsi Gabbard will become the vice president, and then I believe Tulsi Gabbard will be the president after that. If all of them play their cards right, I suspect that Tulsi Gabbard then becomes the president. She probably elects Vivek Ramaswamy for vice president, and Vivek becomes the president after Tulsi Gabbard. Like, Trump has built such a phenomenal coalition around him that it's I doubt that the Democrats have any chance if Trump does his job. If Trump delivers on the promises he made, there is no stopping this, because Americans will look at that and they will say, whoa, clearly the Republicans know what is up. Clearly they understand what this country needs. Let's go. And it's going to be over. Do you think the Democrats will abandon the far left insanity? Not from what I've heard. From what I've heard, the Democrats have literally done the opposite of what I wanted to hear from them. Remember, I'm not partisan. I don't live in America, so I can't vote. And even if I could vote, I'm not entirely sure I would vote. But if I were to vote, I would have voted for Trump this election. Oh, absolutely. I would have given Trump my vote. Because I think the Democrats are incredibly evil. I genuinely think that the Democrats are, at this point, the most evil of the two parties. And I think the Democrats are just doubling down. What I would have liked to see from the Democrats is soul-searching. The only guy in the Democratic Party that appears to be soul-searching is Bernie Sanders, and he's the one guy that's been telling the Democrats, you're doing the wrong things. Right? But he's the only one in the entire Democratic Party that seems to be going, boys, we may have lost the plot somewhere here. Whereas the rest of the Democrats are just doubling down on their bullshit. Fact of the matter is, Americans don't want to deal with this nonsense, the woke BS that the Democrats keep pushing. They don't want men in women's sports. They don't want children to transition and to be, subject to all sorts of medical experimentation. Americans don't want this. And I could have told them this 8 years ago when they started going after the kids. people tend to be very chill until you go after their kids. The second they turn their attention to the children, the second I was even in a place where I didn't care much until I started seeing the first videos of drag shows for children. When I saw the first drag show for children, my mind was made up. This is evil and it needs to be banned now. This is not the kind of crap that kids need to be looking at. And I'm not even talking about the fact that it's a drag show. There's a reason we don't allow children to watch movies with sex in it, because it's incredibly harmful to children. Children shouldn't be looking at that crap, right? There's a reason why porn is supposed to have an 18 age restriction on it, because if children that are still developing see that crap, it causes lifelong issues afterwards. And somehow we're sending children to drag shows, and you have the left celebrating that? That's nonsense. I think the other thing is abortion has become such a nuclear issue, and I think most Americans are finally waking up to the problems with abortion. 95% of all abortions done in the US are for self-elective reasons. In other words, people that just decided, I want to kill my baby. That's it. If you want to argue about the other 5%, we can probably have an argument there, but it is only 5% that is as a result of rape or as a result of childhood defects, or the mother is in severe danger and could die as a result of it. It's only about 5%. 95% of the 300,000 babies. So in other words, 275,000 babies die every single year in the US because the mother said, screw it. I don't want it. I'll kill it. 275,000. That is insane. And I think most Americans are waking up to that and going, wait, but this is insane. This is absolutely, like, what are we doing? Surely this isn't the right approach. Because I get where a lot of people come from with the abortion debate. Because a lot of people immediately think of the woman that's been raped. They think about the absolute worst case scenario. But when you realize that the absolute worst case scenario, and when we're talking about the worst case scenario, it's the scenario of rape, that's less than 1%. Less than 1% of all abortions is as a result of rape. So I think Americans are waking up and saying, no, we were never okay with this. I think Americans have had enough of feminism. I like to point out that more white women supported Trump this time around. So I would like to issue a formal apology to all of the white ladies that might be watching this. I genuinely thought you guys were part of the problem. In fact, I thought you were the problem. You've proven me wrong. So, congratulations to you. We're happy to welcome you back. But it's insanity, and I think Americans have had enough of it. And the problem is the Democrats are just doubling down. They're just doing more of it. So yeah, no, I think the Democrats are just going to become ever more disliked.
In other words, deprive them of their vote. And once you lose those elections, and once you lose your borders like we have, you no longer have a country. Furthermore, to confront the problems of major platforms being infiltrated by legions of former deep staters and intelligence officials, there should be a 7-year cooling off period before any employee of the FBI, CIA, NSA, DNI, DHS, or DOD is allowed to take a job at a company possessing vast quantities of U.S. user data.
This is good. This is so good. Because that is one of the biggest problems. People going into the government and then leave the government to go work at Facebook or at Google or at any of these other companies And why do they go work there? Because they have information. They know exactly how all of this works. The only other thing that I would love to hear Trump ban, I'm not sure he's going to, but I need him to get rid of this. Lobbying. I think lobbying is the number one issue. The number one issue. And I don't think it's even close. I think lobbying groups in America have caused so much harm. Just so much harm. The issue is, I think all of this is still fine. I think the moment he announces lobbying, getting rid of lobbying, there will be a collective meltdown in Washington, D.C.
Fifth, the time has finally come for Congress to pass a digital Bill of Rights. This should include a right to digital due process. In other words, government officials should need a court order to take down online content, not send information requests such as the FBI was sending to Twitter. Furthermore, when users of big online platforms have their content or accounts removed, throttled, shadow banned, or otherwise restricted, no matter what name they use, they should have the right to be informed that it's happening, the right to a specific explanation of the reason why, and the right to a timely appeal. In addition, all users over the age of 18 should have the right to opt out of content moderation and curation entirely.
Oh, yes! Let's go, boy! Turn off content moderation and curation and actually see the videos that are good without YouTube trying to decide for me what I should be watching.
And receive an unmanipulated stream of information if they so choose.
True.
The fight for free speech is a matter of victory or death for America and for the survival of Western civilization itself. When I am president, this whole rotten system of censorship and information control will be ripped out of the system at large. There won't be anything left. By restoring free speech, we'll begin to reclaim our democracy and save our nation. Thank you, and God bless America.
Dude, he is based. Glad I found this stream. Morning, Echo. Badger Tom, happy to have you here, sir. That will demolish the very idea of shadow banning. The entire point of shadow banning is often that the person doesn't know he is shadow banned or deboosted. Anthony, true. I, for example, am almost convinced that I am shadow banned on YouTube. Almost convinced of it. I don't want to sound like a little pussy that's just sort of crying, but there's a couple of very interesting things that happen on my YouTube channels. Specifically, the newest one that I have. I had a video not very long ago, like let's say last week, about Dragon Age the Veilguard. This was the fastest growing video I've ever had on YouTube, ever. Within the first hour, the video already had something like 6,000 views. Within the first 3 hours, we were already on like 20-something thousand views. So the video was popping off. First day views, 37,000. It ended in like maybe 30, 38,000. And then literally as 12 o'clock hit, because I remember I was going to bed, I watched and I saw I have about 39,000 viewers or 38,000 views on the video. And then nothing. The next morning I wake up, I still have the exact same amount of views. The next day, no new views. That evening, not any new views. Zero. It just, it's like literally the doors came down and it just closed instantly. Poof, done. And I say, wait, but that's highly unnatural. You're telling me that within the first 7 hours of the video, 30,000+ people saw the thumbnail and thought this is brilliant. The way YouTube is set up to work, it should keep pushing the video now to other people to watch. And collectively, the whole world just said, we no longer want to watch that video. Despite the fact that the thumbnail still shows that it had very high click-through rate. So the thumbnail click-through rate didn't drop off a cliff, not that quickly. So it's sort of like, where did all those views go? Just as if it ran into a fucking wall and that was the end of it. From what I've heard from people that have confirmed themselves to be shadow banned, that's literally what happens to their videos. It just ends. So there's a couple of ways to get through that, but I'm not going to discuss that. It doesn't have anything to do with you guys. It's my problem. But yeah, I'm pretty sure. Maybe that video is harming the woke mind virus of Veilguard. It's possible. He had to remove it and put it back, but he is big enough to do it without losing views. I'm so glad I never made a Twitter account. I'd be in jail in the UK right now. Dude, the UK is screwed. And what bothers me a lot about the UK is it's not just, like in America, it's just the Democrats. So it's like there's at least someone fighting for you. This stuff, the social media stuff, was already happening when the conservatives were in power. Because I remember last year when the Tories were still in power in the UK, people getting arrested for their social media posts, people being told by the police what they can and cannot say. And it's like, bro, so who fights for the people's right to speak in America? Because clearly the conservatives don't give a crap. The liberals really want to ban speech. So the UK literally has a population now that is under attack by both of its political parties. Fake conservatives. Did you see Jeremy Clarkson going to farmers' protests? Really? Someone said Jeremy Clarkson should run for prime minister. I don't know if that's true, but I don't even know how he would do. I think, from what I've heard, at least most people don't like him or some shit. But I think he'd make for a good prime minister. And Tories are a tag team focusing on screwing the common people. Shay, my personal opinion is that's exactly why they hate Trump. Because I think the same happened in America. Make no mistake, I think America had the exact same thing. The reason you had the entire Republican establishment be so incredibly anti-Trump, and pretty much all of them endorsed Kamala Harris. Pretty much all of them. And the ones that didn't straight up endorse Kamala Harris, what did they do? They kept their endorsement of Trump right up until the last possible moment. And then they sort of did it reluctantly, like, oh, fine, we'll have Trump. I think the reason for that is Trump is your Nigel Farage. He's hated by both sides because if he gets into power, both sides lose and they know it. Because he's not part of the establishment, and the establishment has spent a significant amount of time screwing him over. So he sort of wants to screw up the establishment. Right? For him, this is fun. So they hate this. Did you see the Matt Walsh funny video about Trump's victory? It's amazing. Let me see. Which video is this? Patches, how you doing, brother? Oh, yeah, we watched this the other day, actually. We watched this. Matt Walsh about Project 2025. I saw that. Now Farage coming into power, though. No, Nigel Farage wouldn't. I think the UK system is a bit screwed for that. Despite calling him a national socialist, degrading him in the mainstream media, and filing civil suits, he still won. The Australian government is currently trying to pass a new bill called the Misinformation Disinformation Bill to give them power to censor the internet. And they'll take it. But here's the thing. I'm so confused about the Australian government at the moment. Because they've also just introduced a bill that will finally make it illegal for children under the age of 16 to go on social media, which I think is super important. I just made a video on that. For those of you that didn't watch the video, you can go check that out. I don't like the fact that they're banning it because I don't know how you'll enforce that. But I do think we need parents to learn just how bad social media is for children. So at least they're doing some things right in a sea of all the other things they do wrong. Is him doing things like he is trying now? Getting people appointed without having to be confirmed? MHW, where did he do that, or how is he doing that? Because I saw what he's trying to do, but that's not really, like, he isn't trying to stop them from being confirmed. It is instead, it has to do with the voting system. So, ordinarily, the system allowed for them to basically drag it out for years and years and years, as much as they want. Whereas now, at least from what I've seen, it would be a system whereby unless the vote is completed, they can't go on holiday or something like that. Because they take a break every year. You know, like Congress needs a break from doing absolutely nothing. So obviously they have a nice break whenever. And apparently it's now just going to be a case of, if you want to go on your break from your break of doing nothing, then you have to vote. So that they can't keep pushing it back and basically waste a bunch of time. Patch and McPatch, so here's the thing. I agree with you. I don't like the government banning it. But at the same time, I'd like the government taking notice of it. What I think we need is a lot more information to parents about just how bad the government or social media actually is for children. Because it's not good. For these clowns will be huge. Oh, Theroin, yes. Sorry, I got to go to work now for leaving it like that. No, don't have to apologize. I'll see you later, man. Enjoy work. It's asking Congress to stay in recess so that the president can appoint them. Well, the new American border czar is a lot more hands-on than the previous border czar. That made my day. Dude, people are gonna have a meltdown. There's gonna be so many meltdowns over the next few years. It's gonna be nuts. It's gonna be nuts. I'm sort of there's not gonna be a lot of unity for those of you that don't know. Because you can already hear even the things that I think Trump is doing well. Like the things I think Trump is actually doing well. The left and the leftists on social media are absolutely riling against it. And this is how I now just know for a fact that most of these people are ideologically captured. When Trump announces things that should make sense to every human being, and you have people like Destiny having a meltdown over the things that Trump is announcing, it just confirmed. So I was a huge fan of Destiny for quite a long time. And I don't know exactly what happened to Destiny, but around about last year, I don't know if you guys remember, there was a point where Destiny was actually willing to speak to Nick Fuentes, and he was sort of trying to reach across the aisle and talk to people on the opposite side of the aisle and sort of, you know, get some information. Now, don't get me wrong, I think Fuentes is a moron, but, you know, kudos to him for actually being willing to speak to everyone. And then it's like something changed within him. And he just went nuts. He just went full-blown leftist. It might be that his wife leaving him after he made the stupid decision to say that we're married, but you can sleep with as many people as you want, didn't work out. Imagine my surprise So imagine my surprise when you tell your wife, oh, you can sleep with as many people as you want, it doesn't matter, that your wife will eventually leave you for another man. Who could have predicted that? Does have some good policies, but people won't care because they don't like him. Knowing absolutely true. I don't Twitch. Badger Tom, that's fine. Destiny is that pseudo-intellectual guy who's basically like a smarter son. Yes, he's on YouTube now because he's banned on Twitch. Trump's policies will bring him back to Twitch, though, so it's fine. Okay, have you also seen the Trump announcements where he basically declared full-out war on the Mexican drug cartels? That one I did see, yes. So they're going to leave the country now that Trump won, but they don't know how good they have it in America. They would be far more miserable in another country. Dude, I want to see all of those people who said they're going to leave America. You know what the greatest thing about this election was? Hands down, the greatest thing about this election. Hollywood actors and pop stars got kicked square in the nuts. Dude, that was my favorite thing of this entire election. When you realize that even Taylor Swift telling the Swifties to vote for Kamala Harris had no effect. Just zero. No one gives a shit. That was my favorite part of this entire thing. After 4 years saying that a second American Civil War would happen, now I get 4 hopeful years, disappointed but fat from disappointment at the same time. I'm still not convinced that a civil war won't happen. I'm already seeing reports. Apparently, Kamala Harris, her team thinks that they can overturn the election with a recount. There's even talk within leftist circles, at least, that there's a way for them to overturn the election, even if, Trump won. They can still lock him up, and then he can't. Then Kamala Harris will just refuse to sign him in, and she'll become the de facto president. So there's already talk of that. We'll have to wait and see. I said it right. After Epstein and P. Diddy, I don't want to hear any moral preaching from Hollywood anymore. None. Dude, even before Diddy and the other Epstein shit, I didn't want to hear any moral preaching from actors, and there's a reason for it. I studied acting. Take this from someone who was in that world, who at the time was very much part of that world. You have no idea just how depraved and immoral actors are. You have no idea. And you can trust me on that. I've met them firsthand. In South Africa, for example, South Africa is an incredibly Christian nation. Like, super Christian. I know, personally, a number of actors that at every single concert, at every single thing, they'll sing 1 or 2 gospel songs. They will always thank God for everything. In every interview, when they ask, who do you want to say thank you to? They'll always be like, I want to thank Jesus, for giving me my talent or whatever. I know for a fact that they are not Christians. I know for a fact that they're not Christians. But they know that they will never be anywhere near accepted by the South African public at large if they aren't Christian. So they just say whatever they need to say in order to be, famous. I know personally, I know a girl who, well, let's just say she was getting run through before OnlyFans was even a thing, who claimed right up until, the day she got married in the press that she's still a virgin. Dude, I was at parties with this girl. I know for a fact that she wasn't. I know that for a fact. I won't go into detail, but, trust me when I tell you, actors are evil. Very. They follow their own set of morality insofar as they don't have any. What do you mean? Trump is even helping the Dems now? Talk about rubbing the salt in the wound. They lost a lot of money for the campaign. Oh, dude, I saw that. I saw Trump saying we should help them. We have a lot of money left. Oh, man, can you imagine what the Dames would be going through if Trump is the one that bails them out of bankruptcy? You know what's really funny? It's funny to me how all of these socialist, communist parties around the world never seem to know how to manage their funds. In South Africa, for example, our government, the one that's in power, is almost bankrupt every single year. Every single year, they're close to bankruptcy. They're a socialist communist party. They believe in socialism. They believe in communism. They're always bankrupt. There's always some issue where they can't pay the workers. Last year or the year before last year, their workers had to go almost 6 months without salaries because they didn't have funds. They couldn't pay them. It's always funny, you know? No common sense. Acting is basically pretending to feel and be someone you're not. No wonder they are the best at lying. Oh, yeah. I would not even put it past, like, dude, I would not be surprised if so many actors voted for Trump, but they'll never say it. They won't say it because they're scumbags. But, yeah, they probably voted for him. There's no need to manage money well if you can just raise taxes. True, but what happens when people start running? Like, this is where I love Margaret Thatcher, man. Margaret Thatcher said it best. The only problem with socialism is that eventually you run out of other people's money. And that is so true. I'm curious what the long-term effects will be with Biden printing money a few years back. Oh, Velasaro, I think I know, but I think many Americans will hate me for saying this. So here's my prediction, and you guys can disagree with me all you want. We'll see if I'm correct. The world elites just got dealt the biggest bloody nose ever, right? Trump literally kicked them all in the balls. The next step for them is to tank the world economy, which they can easily do considering the world economy should have already tanked. It should have already tanked. It's been kept alive artificially by the world elites and the governments printing money and printing money and printing money and sort of moving the problem around. But they can absolutely tank it by just stopping. I think this is going to be their final hurrah against Trump, is tanking the American economy as soon as he gets into office. So I would argue maybe a couple of months into Trump's stint as president, they're going to tank the US economy. And then they're going to blame it on him, right? Which is technically not possible because no president can change the economy that quickly. But most people are too stupid to know that, so they'll just blame Trump anyways. Daya Sims, how you doing? Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't already, you should go follow Daya. She is a fellow streamer. I just quickly checked out your page. Welcome. Very happy to have you here. Wish we had a Trump type of government here. Oh, you and me both. I'm from South Africa. I think what Trump should do is he should finish his next 4 years in America as the president that makes America great again, and then he should come to South Africa and run his president year to make South Africa great again. Can anyone answer me this? Who elected the leaders of the WEF? No one. That's the problem with them. They're going to try and take country sovereignty with a new pandemic, with the new WHO laws. Did you guys see what happened? NATO. The NATO president said if Trump reneges on their agreement with Ukraine, they will vote to expel America from NATO. America is NATO. There is no NATO without America, just FYI. America leaves NATO, and NATO becomes the smallest army in the world. Like, it wouldn't be able to stand against anyone. I saw one of the leftists say, well, if America leaves NATO, who's going to save America from Russia and China? And it's like, America. Like, who do you think was going to save the West from Russia and China? It wasn't going to be Germany. Like, shit. It wasn't going to be the UK. Like, none of these countries really have a great military. They all just sort of look to America to be like, oh, save us. So it's like, dude, please, NATO, stop kidding around. Like, come on. Steve Ages, what am I looking at here? It really is a joke. It's funny. True. This is literally NATO at the minute. Glidehook, the reason Europe is important to NATO isn't because of your military, it's information. So Europe has an amazing job or an amazing role to play in terms of information, the collecting of information, as well as location, right? From Europe, the rest of the world is pretty easy to sort of access. But even without that, America doesn't really need Europe. Europe needs America far more than what America needs Europe. Also, he's a bit of a moron because it is my understanding that once a country is in NATO, it is impossible to get that country out of NATO. It's one of the reasons why NATO is so annoyed with Hungary. Because Hungary was holding up some vote that they had for, I can't remember who it was, but they refused to include someone into NATO. I think it was Finland. Finland wanted to join, and then Hungary didn't want to let Finland join. But then Finland and Turkey, or Hungary and Turkey had a deal or some shit. So it's like this giant thing. But technically, once a country is in NATO, that country can only go out of NATO if they choose to go out of NATO. But here's the problem. There's also no Article 50 in NATO. So there physically isn't really a way to get out of NATO. Once you're in, you're in. They never actually... So, for example, in the European Union, the UK triggered Article 50, which is the exit strategy from the European Union. There is technically no exit strategy from NATO. Once you're in. But then you could just say, well, I'm not in. And then I guess that's it. Well, what are you going to do? Force the country to stay part of NATO? Pseudo war with Greece? Yeah. Vitality, damn. 8 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you. From Babylon 5, ignore the propaganda. Focus on what you can see. Babylon 5 is a how-to manual for despot takeover of a government. Is Babylon 5 worth watching? Old school sci-fi. I like sci-fi. How does it compare to things like Battlestar Galactica, for example? Because that shit's fire. Politics, drama, relationships, nothing compared to BSG. It's a bit more like Star Trek from what I remember. I do like Star Trek. I wasn't a huge Trekkie, but now I am. Moldova, who joined, I'm 100%. The vote was rigged. Moldova joined NATO? Bard mode, how you doing, sir? Did you watch Star Trek DS9? What's that? Deep Space Nine? No. So, I'm probably you guys are gonna hate me for this. Like, absolutely hate me for this. I have only ever watched one season of a Star Trek series. I became a Trekkie because of the newest movies. I know many of you hate those movies, but I love those movies. Absolutely love them. Maynard, how you doing, sir? Hey, brother, found your channel again recently. Var i Sydafrika sitter you now? Kaapstad, bro. Kaapstad. How you doing, man? You hate Star Trek? Why? Rick Berman walked into the wrong room and Paramount and saw the plans for B5. The movies were still okay, but the new series sucks ass. Yeah, I'm not watching the new series. Movies were excellent. Dude, I am in love. And I wasn't a fan of Star Trek ever. My cousins used to be big Trekkies. I used to be a massive Star Wars fan. And I could never get why people would want to watch Star Trek. It looked so boring. And then I watched the movie. Like, I remember I was very bored one day and I thought, all right, fine. I'll just watch this movie. What's the worst that can happen? And dude, I was hooked. I was absolutely hooked. From the first moment, I was like, shit, this is good. Star Trek with Chris Pine, the first one. Does US have so many friends out there that they are fine having others being dependent on them? What do you mean, a killer one? Sesame Street and Star Trek. I always liked both Star Wars and Star Trek. I never understood the tribalism around it. I wasn't tribal about it. I just never really got into Trek. Like, I got super into Star Wars, but I could never get into Trek. Until that movie, when I realized, wait, Star Trek is a hell of a lot better than Star Wars. Because I like what the focus is of Star Trek. Even the movies that had obvious events and war and fighting and stuff, there's still a focus on exploration, on like discovering cultures and sort of like, there's still something there. When you grew up on more far-spaced movies and series of the 2000s, true, to be honest. Transnistria is not Moldova. Okay, so Killian, America doesn't need friends. This is something that most Europeans and even South Africans don't understand. I always hear people saying, oh, America isn't the greatest country on earth. America isn't the great... And it's like, yes, it is. Like it or not, when America sneezes, the rest of the world catches a cold. These are facts. America is the global hegemon. Regardless, even though America has lost a lot and it is no longer the country it was before, it is so far ahead of every other country in the world that there really is no catching it. The country that comes close is China, but until China figures out how to open their economy, they won't be able to challenge America. So America is still the greatest country on earth. It is still the country where if you're a human being, it's most likely the place that you want to live in. Because there are plenty of opportunities and you can literally, you never even have to leave America. That's how big that place is. Okay, so America is great. Does America need the rest of the world? Not really. All of the natural resources that the world has, America has. It doesn't need anything from any other country. Coal, it has that. Gas, it has that. Oil, it has that. Metals, it has that. Gold, it has that. Silver, it has that. It doesn't need anything from any other country. And the countries that may have things that America doesn't have are already very close allies to America. So, technically speaking, if America really didn't want to do business with the rest of the world, they could do it and the rest of the world wouldn't be able to do shit. Like, what's the rest of the world going to do? Niara, it is more than enough. Like, what do you think America would need from the rest of the world that it doesn't need, like that it doesn't already have? I'd rather live up north than in the US. Not the greatest though. Powerful for now, but it's getting weaker. Well, still greatest though. Shumi, workforce again, easily solvable by just immigration. Shay, but they're already starting with the and also the microchips can be solved, right? If Trump is serious about this, he can get microchips produced right at home in America within the next few years, if he was really serious about it. Shumi, Trump didn't say no to immigration. He said no to illegal immigration. There's a giant difference. Do we have some Trump voters in chat? To you that voted for Trump or you that would vote to Trump, are you wholesale completely and utterly against immigration? Or is your problem open borders with no control over the people coming in or even how many people are coming in? Because I have not met a single American conservative that are against immigration. They love immigrants, but they want to know who is coming in and why are they coming in. You can't just have an open border. So no, Trump is definitely not against immigration. He's against open borders. I agree, Newgash. Open borders makes no sense to anyone. The only way open borders work is in a world where all countries are equally good and all countries have open borders. Then, technically speaking, you can have open borders because, well, people aren't going to move to your country for economic reasons. The problem with open borders is America has to the south of it a number of very poor countries with millions of people wanting a better life. Now, if all of those people keep flooding America, eventually that better life goes away because the people of a country can only support a very large group of people for so long before there literally is just no more money left. South Africa is in that position, and it's been in that position since Jacob Zuma took power. And it isn't going to get better until we get a president that actually wants to solve that issue. Grimfield, how are you doing, sir? Hey. Shay, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. If all countries will be equal, there will be no need for immigration. No, there will still be need. If all countries were equal and all borders were open, I would instantly get on a plane and fly to Texas. Because I like Texas. I like the people from Texas. Or Alaska. Fuck it. I'll go to Alaska. Because, again, I like the cold. But then people would move more for job reasons, right? Maybe there's a company that you really like the stuff that they're doing there. The reason I would move to America tomorrow, if I had the opportunity to do so, is timing. I constantly have to do these weird streaming hours and these weird video hours just so that I can stream a little bit for the Europeans as well as a little bit for the Americans. But I can't really stream at a good time for both. Whereas if I lived in Texas, I wake up, I start streaming at 9 o'clock. It's the perfect time for everyone, right? And you can just stream it. It's not a problem. Shimmy, not really, because even if all countries are equally good, not all countries are going to be equally good at all things. So take, for example, Europe. Why is there immigration in Europe when a very large group of countries in Europe are pretty much the same? Well, that's because there are certain jobs in very high demand in Norway that isn't necessarily in demand in Germany. or certain jobs are very high demand in France, but isn't necessarily very high demand in Croatia or whatever, right? So people are still going to move because no country will realistically be able to do everything for everyone, right? So you'll still have movement. It'll probably just not be anywhere near as much. So that is the difference. But that's only in a world where everyone's equal and there are no borders. Moving migrants into rural towns and places they fit, forcing countries and people to be equal is a sham. Oh yeah, I'm not talking about forcing countries to be equal. I'm just saying in this perfect world where you have an open border system, the only way for that open border system to work is if there are no poor countries. So if there are no poor countries, then technically you could have open borders because you won't have people moving, all flooding to one country. Nagash, are you in Hungary or Poland? Have you seen the video Inside a Country That Kills Illegals? Good watch. It's about Poland. Whoa. Have fun, Echo. Gonna go lay down. Risotto, take care of yourself, sir. The world is a fascist or communist ideology. Shoot me, but you're changing the argument. I wasn't making an argument for we need a perfect world. I was saying people who are for open borders, the reason their entire ideology is stupid is the ideology can work, but only in a perfect world. So if, for example, ants technically could have a complete open border policy because they're ants, right? Humans, probably not as much. Oh, wait, which video is this? Oh, I'll definitely add this to my list of videos to watch. I don't know if I'll watch it on stream, but I'll add it. It's added to watch later. Monks, then how are you doing? I'm not against immigration, but the reality is that almost every hospitality business in the US employs illegal immigrants who will do the washing, cleaning, etc. in these places. Most restaurants employ illegal immigration. US citizens do not want these jobs. They rather stay on welfare than work these menial jobs. Plus, these businesses do not want to pay health insurance benefits, etc. It's hypocritical, period, when Trump businesses do the same thing. Monkstein, well, here's the thing. You're arguing from a position of a problem that is solely and purely created as a result of open border policy. This problem didn't just exist. When you have open borders and you have immigrants that are willing to work for less, companies would be stupid not to do that. And the problem is most of these companies aren't willing to even pay an close to a decent salary. So, of course, most Americans are more than happy to just stay on welfare. The way you solve this is you close the borders and you remove welfare. And you'll see how quickly ordinary Americans start fucking cleaning pools. And take workspaces from the locals. I believe a country should take care of its citizens first before trying to take care of other immigrants like veterans or homeless, but immigrants stay in hotels. That's wrong. True. And it's also important to understand, no one is saying that you can't have immigration. Like, we should be very clear on this. What people want is controlled immigration. So what does that mean? What does controlled immigration look like? Let's say you're right, okay? And there's a shit ton of cheaper, let's call it, by the official word, unschooled labor. That's what every country calls it. So you go, for example, to Norway or to any of the Scandinavian countries or any of the European countries. And when you go on their immigration websites and you want to apply for immigration, you will find that unskilled labor will never get an immigration permit. Ever. Trust me, I tried way back in the day. You will not be able to immigrate to Europe as an unskilled laborer. Why? Because Europe famously has no need for unskilled labor. There's not enough unskilled jobs for them to, like, why would you live there? They have enough people to fill the jobs that are there. But let's say, for example, tomorrow, Germany starts a bunch of new mines, and suddenly Germany finds themselves in a position where they desperately need 100,000 unskilled laborers to go work the mines. Well, when you have controlled immigration, you now go into the website and you just go allow 100,000 unskilled laborers into the country. And it does that. So now when I go on Germany's immigration website and I say, I want to immigrate to Germany, I'm an unskilled laborer, it goes, congratulations. You just became an immigrant to Germany. But it means I can control it. The problem with open borders is, let's say, for argument's sake, America requires 5 million unskilled labor positions or unskilled laborers in order to work the hotels, work the restaurants, work the fields and so forth. 5 million. With open borders, you don't just get 5 million. You get 8 or 9 or 10 or 20 million. Well, now you only needed 5. So what are the others doing? Well, they become a net drain on the system. Whereas if I know I only need 5 million, then I open immigration for only 5 million. And the 5 million that arrive, I know who they are, I know where they are, and I know when I need to stop because I don't need more. People think it's fascist Germany. True. If illegals come, also a lot of drug and human trafficking happens. Well, that's the other thing that for some reason people just don't think about. This was the first time I listened to people have this debate, and I just thought to myself, why is everyone stupid? Was during the migrant crisis of the EU. When I legitimately heard people questioning open borders, saying, hey, but how do we know that the people we're letting in aren't jihadi Muslims that want to blow themselves up and kill a bunch of people? And suddenly everyone was screaming, oh, you racist bastard. It's only a few percentage points of Muslims that want to blow themselves up. The overwhelming majority is peaceful. And my first thought was, but you can't know that. Because you have open border. You're just letting everyone in. If I'm a terrorist that wants to blow myself up, an open border is like the perfect thing. Because I can just walk in. And you don't know because you don't know. Right? Because you have an open border system. So it's sort of like it doesn't matter whether it's, 1% of the Muslim population that wants to blow themselves up or 100% of the Muslim population that wants to blow themselves up. You don't know who is coming into your country because your borders are open. Whereas if your borders were closed, I remember when I wanted to go to the UK. So prior to going to the UK, and I went on a student visa, I had to submit medical results. I had to go to a doctor, get a full medical exam to prove that I was healthy before going to the UK. I was forced to get medical insurance in South Africa that would cover me for the 2 years that I lived in the UK, so that I would not use the NHS. Right? I was in hospital once for a cold. I had to go to the hospital for a cold, and what they did was they charged my insurance company back home for the costs because I'm not part of the NHS. I also had to get a complete security check, a background check, to prove that I'm not a criminal. I had to jump through so many hoops just to be able to live and work in the UK for 2 years. But that's important because the host nation needs to know what kind of person you are, right? Who are they letting in? Open borders stops you from being able to do that. Badger Tom, not bad, actually. nothing to do with this, but I learned that US citizens are not as free as they say. If they leave USA, they still have to pay taxes in US. Horrible. Niora, so it's the same in South Africa, but it's not technically true, right? So technically, the problem is most people don't quite understand how taxes work. So I'll give you an example. Let's say, for example, take me, right? I work in the US. Technically, I do work in the US. I live in South Africa, but the company that I work for, YouTube, is registered in the US. So when I get paid at the end of every month, for a long time, YouTube took 30%. The government took 30% of my paycheck in taxes. So I could keep it that way. The way I would then deal with it is I would let SARS, the local South African Revenue Service, I would let them know that I can't pay taxes in South Africa because the American government is already taking 30% of my money for taxes. The South African government would then send a bill of my taxes to the United States, and the United States will then pay South Africa. Because I'm not technically paying taxes in South Africa, but I have to pay taxes in South Africa, and I shouldn't pay taxes in America, but since I'm working there, I should. So the way this works is, let's say I wanted to immigrate to America. I still have to pay taxes in South Africa, even though I live in America, unless I filed for tax immigration, which is a separate immigration form. So I have to go to SARS and I have to let them know, hey, I am immigrating to America. I'm no longer going to be living in South Africa. So you can no longer charge me taxes. In which case, the South African government will let me go. The reason most people don't do that immediately is if you come back, SARS will charge you all of that taxes upfront, right? So you're going to have to pay a lot of taxes upfront. I'm assuming America's system works the same because the South African tax system is very much modeled after the American system. You must be able to do that. There's no way that you live in another country and you are forced to pay taxes, because then you'll be forced to pay taxes in both countries, not just in America. But remember, if I'm American and I move to South Africa, I will suddenly be taxed twice, because South Africa will tax me because I'm now living in South Africa, and America will tax me because I'm now a citizen of America. I highly doubt that that's the case. Let's see. Let's see here. Okay, so it says, yes, you still have to pay your worldwide income is subject to U.S. tax income tax. Okay, so as a green card holder in the U.S., you must file a U.S. income tax return while working and living abroad, unless you abandon your green card holder status by filing Form 1407 with the U.S. Citizen Immigration Service, or you renounce your U.S. citizenship under certain circumstances described in the expatriation tax provisions. So basically yours just have a different name, but you can abandon your green card holder status by filing the form I-407, which is technically the same thing as you do in South Africa. You basically declare yourself no longer a quote-unquote South African citizen, even though you still have your citizenship, so you can still go back to South Africa if you want, but you are declaring that you're no longer living in South Africa, and as a result of that, you no longer have to pay taxes. Have to report to the IRS. Oh, wait, I'm literally reading it off the IRS's website here. you can fill out a form, a green card holder status, by filing form I-407 with U.S. Citizen Immigration Services. And then you don't have to pay. But we can check further. Hold up. There was something... Oh, no. Wait. So there's... Okay, so I think I understand why a lot of people are completely confused by this. So South Africa, or not South Africa, America has tax treaties with just about every country in the world, including South Africa. So here's how it works. The only reason I'm going to talk about South Africa is because I know the South African tax code, because I had to go through this a year ago. If I were an American citizen living in South Africa, right? So I came from America to South Africa. I'm now living and working in South Africa. Technically, I would pay taxes in South Africa, right? Except there is a tax treaty between South Africa and the US. So what would happen is I would be forced to pay taxes in the US because I'm a US citizen, but then I would not pay taxes in South Africa, as I just explained to you guys, because South Africa and the US have a tax treaty. So when the South African Tax Revenue Service comes to me and hey, we want your money, right? I would say, no, I'm already paying taxes in America. You have to get your money from there. So South Africa then goes to America and says, hey, give us our cut, whatever that cut might be. And South Africa takes their taxes from America instead of from me. So I'm still not being double taxed. Yes, I'm technically still paying taxes in America. But then you can see this part here. Let's say you stayed in South Africa for 5 years, so now you become a citizen of South Africa. The way that then works is you apply in America under the tax treaty between South Africa and America to be recognized as a South African citizen rather than as an American citizen when it pertains to taxes. And then you will only pay taxes in South Africa and you will not be paying taxes in America. This is not really that wild of an idea. I know South Africa does this. If I leave South Africa, I'm gonna pay taxes. Unless I do this, where I renounce basically my citizenship. But it's not renouncing. It's the same as you guys, you say your green card holder status. Here it's literally filing for tax immigration. Which does make it harder to get back into the country. Because you basically have to jump through a bunch of hoops in order to come back into the country. But yeah, it's not... I don't think it's that bad. If it was that bad, you would need to explain why so many Americans live and work outside of America. If indeed it was a case of every US citizen pays double tax, why in the hell would they leave to work and live and work anywhere else? For example, there's so many Americans that move to Europe, for example, and go work in Europe. You can't tell me cost of living in Europe is less than cost of living in America. That's just not true. There's websites that show you this. Europe has ridiculously high costs of living. So why would they do that? Quality of life isn't enough to say goodbye to about 60-70% of your income. Dark Mephisto. It's just not enough. There's no shot. Because remember, you are talking about double tax now. You're talking about the host nation, and if it's Europe, it's probably like 40% taxes. So the host nation is taking 40%. America is taking another 25-30%. So that's 70% of your income gone. It's like, who would do that? That would be nuts, even for quality of life or whatever. So clearly, we as chat just don't quite understand what is happening there. But it's not a case of you're forced to pay US tax for the rest of your life and also pay tax in other countries because they know American would live outside of America. It would be ridiculous to move away from America if this is how it is. Less dragon aspects, a symbol, more Thunder King Trump building a wall. In Europe, they do pay more taxes, but quality of life and overall cost of living is lower. Overall cost of living is not lower, though, Dark Mephisto. The websites show it. Europe is very expensive. And this also just speaks about federal tax. I don't think this is state taxes, no? I don't think this has to do with state taxes. Cost of living in Eastern Europe is probably cheaper than big US cities, but break even at best with US Midwest. Daniel, how you doing, bro? I'm not suggesting for a second that cost of living on, like for example, in South Africa, if you're not, and our salaries are a joke too. Desm's like, I can believe that. If you're not super rich in the country where you live right now, you might want to move to South Africa because you will be rich. If you make $3,000 a month, you'll be a very rich man in South Africa. Like you'll be able to live very nicely. If you make $10,000 a month, you're living like a king in South Africa. So sure, right? Cost of living can be very cheap in different parts of the world, but that does also come with downsides, right? There's obvious downsides, no matter where you go. Although I will say, I'm still of the opinion, the best place to live in the entire world is South Africa. If we're just talking about quality of life and cost of living. Because quality of life in most of South Africa, like at least the cities, is as good as it is anywhere else in the world, and it's cheaper. Yeah, and the weather is nice. I'm off. Thanks for listening, Akko. Also, do check out Babylon 5. Lots and lots of current day as features subtlety in the series. Subtly in the series. Definitely worth a watch. Peace, folks. Take care of yourself, Badger. Taxes are way too high in South Africa. Taxes are high in South Africa, but it doesn't really break the bank too much. I know Malaysia for cost of living and tax advantages. You probably move there as well. New York just got their move out taxes and overturning. Wait, move out taxes overturned in court. Monkey, how does that work? Patches, that's something of the past. We no longer have those electricity problems. They've apparently solved it. We'll see. Probably won't. It probably isn't solved, but for now we're pretending like it's solved, so it's good. But even then, buying an inverter. So I bought my inverter and solar panels and everything, battery, everything for Jingis. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For about $8,000. So you can go completely off the grid for about $8,000. You know, if you don't want to deal with electricity cuts and shit. So it's again pretty cheap. They wanted to tax your accesses when you moved out of the state. Dude, that sounds bad. South Africa is about to have water problems though. Depends where you are, Snibbles. Because South Africa is a big country. I think a lot of people underestimate just how large South Africa is. Snibbles, I'm not sure. I think you are South African. But if you look, so the Western Cape just had one of the greatest rain seasons ever this winter. So we have no water problems here. Joburg and Pretoria had a lot of water problems, but I'm informed that currently Pretoria is experiencing flooding as a result of too much rain. So I think maybe their problems may also be at an end. But then you have Polokwane, for example, where my hometown, which has had water problems for almost more than a decade now, and it's just getting worse. So they will probably run out of water at some point. But it depends on where in the country you are. Like, water problems are not countrywide. On desalination technology to solve water problems globally, true. The true size. What is this? Yeah, this is nuts. The United States, India, and China all fit into Africa, bro. Like, Africa is very big. Like, very, very big. I don't think people understand just how large this this continent is. But no, Obi-Wan, I'm right there with you. I wonder sometimes what the holy crap, look at that. Look at the size of South Africa. And look at Europe. It's the whole of France. It's the whole of Germany. It's parts, the whole of Austria. Parts of Poland. Dude, it covers the whole of basically if I could turn it, it would cover the whole of Sweden, Finland, Norway, and Denmark. This is nuts, actually. Where does it fit into the US? There we go. So that is South Africa versus the US. Texas. I wish I could, like, turn it. Can you turn it? Is there a way to... No. Oh. The size of the original 13 colonies? Wait. What's this? Oh, no. I wish I could sort of pivot it a bit. It's about the size of Alaska. Yeah. About the size of Alaska, true. It slots in so nicely there. Like, at one point there was actually a move. I can't remember who did it. But one of the states wanted to open their doors to South African farmers. I can't remember which one it was. But one of the states was like, hey, all South African farmers would be welcome here. It was during the massive sort of, farm murders thing that happened. And one of the states were like, all farmers should come to our state. Some shit I can't remember. What's that hole? Zululand? So this whole year, I think, is Lesotho. No, Clean. No. The United States is massive. Here we go. Now we can see. Now we can see a bit better. Wait, but now I want to move back here to Europe. Fuck me. Okay, there we go. Oh, come on, you slut. Stop doing this. There we go. There we go. True size of South Africa. Most of Europe, actually. most of Europe. Dude, this is why whenever Europeans say, oh, but it's so far to drive, South Africans just don't know what you're talking about. Oh, wait, isn't this island just off of Norway's coast? There's like an island that's completely... This can't belong to South Africa, but I know there's an island that is basically part of every country in the world. Well, most of Europe that matters, clean. Let's put it that way. Most of the Europe that most people think about when we say Europe. Because remember, most of us don't think of Serbia and Romania and Bulgaria as Europe. Right? Even though it is technically Europe. But when people hear Europe, they hear Germany, France, Switzerland, Austria. Even Czechia is sort of just thrown in here because they were lucky. If you asked most people, Czechia, where's that? Most people were like, why are you making up words? We don't know what that means. The only reason I know of Bulgaria is I have a friend who lives there. Or used to live there. She lives in Denmark now, I think. It's ignorant people that conflate Europe with EU the same way US Dems conflate democracy with Dem Party. Don't talk crap about Serbia. Last time a Serb killed an Austrian, that led to a British... a British thing in France killed by a German. Wow. Wow. All right, we're going that direction. Dude, when I think of Europe in my own head, it doesn't look anything like it actually looks on the map. Even though on the map it looks perfectly fine and it makes sense that it is that way, that's not how I think about Europe in my own head. Oh, and I'm not one for traveling. I don't like traveling. I've been to the I've been to the UK, and I've been to Scotland. I didn't even go to Wales because it was too far to travel. I was on the border of Wales though. But no, I'm not a fan of traveling. Jimmy, no, I don't. I just imagine it. So in my head, Spain, Italy, and Greece are sort of just one stretch of country in my head because it's the Mediterranean. You know, it's all one thing. You can just walk from one country to the next, no problem. But then you look at it on the map and it makes perfect sense that, of course, it doesn't work that way. But in my mind, of course, it works that way. And also, in my mind, when I think about it, Spain and Portugal aren't next to each other. And Turkey, for some crazy reason, in my head, Turkey isn't here. Again, looking at it, perfect sense that it is there. And Ukraine isn't here either. In my head, Ukraine is up here. Don't ask me why. But Ukraine is right at the top. And Russia is on top of Ukraine and Europe. Don't ask. I don't know how to explain it. No, Daniel, it's not a problem with schools. So the schools teach you exactly how it should be. But I'm talking about the snap judgment I haven't made. So I'll give you guys a great example of how this works. If everyone take care of yourself, thanks so much for hanging out. I'll give you an exact explanation of how this works. So when I speak, I will say, let's go down to Pretoria. Even though Pretoria is not down. So if you look at Pretoria here, right? So you look here. I am currently here. This little at the bottom here. You see that? You see this? False Bay? I live around False Bay. All right? by all measurements, Pretoria is right here next to Joburg. By all metrics and measurements, what would you guys say if I were to drive from Cape Town to Joburg? Would I be going up or would I be going down? But I'd be going up, right? Because it's up. This is at the bottom of the map, and Joburg is up from there. But to me, it's down. Like, in my head, I think of it as I'm going down to Pretoria. But then when I used to live in Pretoria, I would think of going up to Cape Town. So it's just in my head. I know the map. I know exactly how the map is located. I know technically I'm going up, but my head sort of makes a snap judgment that no, I'm going down and I'm going up. So it's weird. It's weird to explain it, but it just sort of in my head makes sense to me. I mean, if your place is higher, like a mountain, and Joburg is lower, no. Joburg is considerably higher, like by thousands of meters higher than I am on sea level, right? And South Africa, this entire part here of the border, this entire bit here, there's a mountain that you drive up on, and then the rest of South Africa is located on the plateau. So there's an entire mountain range that runs all the way here in South Africa that splits the coastal areas from the inland areas, and the inland areas is on top of that plateau. So it is, in all possible measurements, it is up. And in 3D, it is up. You're going up. On all axes, you are going up. So someone asked, why is it called False Bay? I don't know the official reason. I've never actually looked. But I'll tell you why I think it's called False Bay. So False Bay has a very interesting thing. If you look at False Bay, it's a massive stretch of beach. Like, this entire place is beach. Except the waves are fairly small. In fact, here in this area, so I live in this area here. In this area, there are days where it resembles more a lake than it does an ocean. Like, physically days where there's almost no waves. And the reason for that is there's a giant sandbank. So if you go deep enough into it, there's a massive sandbank here that makes it impossible for ships that are too big to pass. So my thinking is that's why they ended up calling it False Bay, because originally the ships wanted to dock here. Except, so I've seen this happen when you go from Strand over here, about, I don't know how many yards this would be, but they'd say about 300 meters in, you will stand on the sandbank with the water just coming to your ankles. So it's a massive sandbank that you can almost not cross. There's parts where you can cross, but there's a lot of parts that you can't cross. And that's why I think it's called False Bay, because of how it works. The sandbank constantly moves around. The big waves, so Betty's Bay, for example, a lot of surfers go there. Kleinmond or Pringles Bay, very big surfer places. The biggest surfing places, though, is here. So if you go to Jeffreys Bay, every year one of the largest surfing competitions is in Jeffreys Bay. I think it's Jeffreys Bay. So you have to go to like East London. And then here, Durban, Margate. So anywhere along the south coast, you'll be fine for surfing. Richards Bay is also big on surfing, but here, I'm not sure where you would surf here, to be fair. I don't know. I'm not a surfer, so I don't know, but the waves here are very small. Mr. Free Candy, what do you mean 40K? We kicked the Brits' asses so hard, they got appointed a French general to bail them out. That's when you know they got punted. Outside of the bay, do you have big waves? There are famously breaching great sharks around there. Have you ever seen them? No, but I know there was a whale that beached not long ago. Like a massive whale that beached and died. I haven't seen a shark beach yet, but I have. The other day we saw 2 or 3 dead seals that beached. And they were attacked. So they were attacked by sharks. But there's not that many great whites here. There are, obviously, but not that many. The water's a little bit cold, so they prefer it more up here to this Durban, East London, this area, because the Mozambique warm stream makes this water perfect for great white sharks. Z-Vengeance, what am I looking at? Oh, the Battle of Dorian. Battle between the United Kingdoms and Bulgaria during World War I. The battle ended in decisive Bulgarian victory, leading to 16 months of silence on the front before the Third Battle of Dorian. Or Doraine. Us kicking the Brits in the nuts. Well, the British didn't send their entire army. Because I don't know, I don't think... I feel like you guys would definitely not be able to beat the proper... You know, the proper British army. I mean, breaching and in jumping out of the water when hunting, the sharks in that area are particularly known for that. I love sharks so much. Kiki, I've not actually checked, but I know there's like a lot of whale mating and stuff going on during August every year. So you'll probably get that if you go look for it. There's like every day there's boat tours that go in and out from Cape Town Harbor that takes you out to go look at the sharks or takes you to go cage diving. So yeah, if it is ocean adventures you want, Cape Town is the place. Southern Europe frontline was hard for the Entente, the Allies. Oh yeah, you guys should know, by the way, if you're going to talk about history, Niara is probably the girl you want to talk to. She does history stuff. You're a curator, no? Man, who would have known that this stream would take the turn that it did? We started off talking politics, we ended up talking about American tax law, and now we're talking about South Africa. Yeah, sorry, yeah. You're working for the Historical Monument and Places Preservation. We're almost at the sex part. Whew. So is the fun part. Just regular stream. You mentioned some island before that belongs to everyone. Yes, it's some island. Technically, it belongs to Norway, but Norway signed a treaty or something that said that they will never close the island to anyone. The only reason, again, I know this, because at one point I really wanted to leave South Africa. And so I started looking into the best ways to immigrate out of South Africa. And this island was one of the ways, because if you live on that island for more than 2 years, you're considered to be naturalized, and then you can move to Norway itself. But the problem is there's nothing on that island, like nothing. It's like a mining town, basically. That's all they have. Yeah, it's near Norway. where Canada and Denmark are at war over, and all they do is just send people to knock the other's flag and plant theirs over and over. Svalbard, that's the one. It sounds familiar to me, actually. Svalbard. Become like Yolandi or Ninja and do a world tour. My real name, how you doing, bro? No, I would definitely not do that. You mean for no? It sounds like Garian said Svalbard, and that sounds familiar to me. So I'm gonna go with that being the name of the island. It could still be wrong, but that sounds good to me. Sounds like the name I like. She says, "How you doing, sir?" I wonder what she has to say now.
Let's talk about everybody else and what matters here. The fact that we have all these troops in the region, this is an issue of sensitivity for you about where America is and why. Do you believe that this is something that will be rethought by the Trump administration?
Well, thank you, Chris. It's good to be with you on your show, and I appreciate you recognizing our veterans, my brothers and sisters in uniform, and the many challenges that our veterans in this country still face alongside their families. And to me, the most important commitment that veterans and servicemen and women should have from our leaders in this country, the best way to recognize that service and sacrifice and to say thank you is to make sure that our men and women in uniform are only sent into harm's way, are only sent to war as a last resort, after all measures of diplomacy have been exhausted. Now, this is one of the many reasons why I think so many Americans turned out to vote for President Trump, is because he understands this. And we've seen how through his last administration, he didn't just talk about ending wars. He actually went out and did that work of direct diplomacy. He went out and met with dictators and adversaries in that pursuit of peace for the American people. So in his next administration, and he was very vocal about this throughout this presidential campaign, that his goal is to end wars, not start them. His goal is to prevent World War III and nuclear war.
See, what I don't get is why there are Americans that's against this. Like, you see leftists actually hating this. And it's like, bro, when did the script flip? I remember in my lifetime, Republicans being the pro-war group and Democrats being the anti-war group. Like, I remember that. I remember it was Republican senators and congressmen that would constantly want to go to war. That's why it's called neocons, neoconservatives, because, well, they've never made a war they don't want to make love to. And somehow all of that has flipped. It's the conservatives now that's like, no thanks. No more war for us. And the Democrats are gung-ho, which is the wildest thing ever, because the Democrats also famously don't like guns. So why would you want to go to war if you hate guns? Trump that's why? Because they were brainwashed into hating current boogeyman? True. When they decided that party was greater than ideology, the other side said this, so we have to be against it. It is. It's insane to me that Democrats can't even realize just how ideologically captured they are. It's nuts. Was seen as war happy fellow over here? Well, yes. People hated Bush on the left because he was so pro-war. You know who I think did it? It was Barack Obama. You see, Barack Obama came in and suddenly all of America decided he can do no wrong. And he was probably, I mean, you want to talk about Bush being happy for war. Dude, Obama was crazy for war. Like, that dude woke up every single morning, took one look at Michelle and went, fuck it, I'm invading another nation. And he just went nuts until there were no more nations to invade. Like, all the nations were now being invaded. And somehow the left just went like nothing. No, it doesn't matter what war. We see nothing. Meanwhile, the Middle East is getting their shit bombed every single day, and the left is just like, and then at some point, the conservatives went like, bro, this is nuts. Like, why are we spending this much money on bombing countries we've never even heard of? And now it's the conservatives that are like, no more war for us, thanks. And the Democrats are still like, it's crazy.
War and spoke many times about things that Kamala Harris never brought up during her campaign, about how he understands the seriousness of the stakes and the threats that we face as the American people, specifically because of the foreign policy decisions made under the current administration. And so I can tell you, as someone who still wears the uniform, I'm a lieutenant colonel in the Army Reserve, as someone who's deployed to multiple war zones in different parts of the world, the most important responsibility that any president has is to serve as commander-in-chief. And it's important on this day as Veterans Day, as well as you said, as every day, to recognize the best way to ensure...
Dude, mark my words. She's going to be the first female president of the United States of America. And she's going to do it as a Republican. Because that will complete the trifecta. The first ever female congressman, was a Republican. The first ever female senator was a Republican. And there was another one where the first ever mayor or some shit was also a Republican. And she's going to be the first ever female president as a Republican.
Our gratitude is shown to those who serve and their families is to make sure war is a last resort. And if it is required, that we take care of our men and women in uniform if and when they come home.
LTC, Gabbard, I thank you for your service, of course, and your family, because the whole family serves, no matter which member it is. The sacrifice is real, and you may serve again. What is your attitude towards being a member of the Trump administration?
President Trump is going through, and I know this is how he's spending a lot of his time right now, is looking at making these decisions about who he wants to serve on his team and in his cabinet. If there is any way that I can help achieve that goal and objective of preventing World War III and nuclear...
Z-Vengeance, we're talking about war, about geopolitical things that matter. And what is Z-Vengeance talking about? Guys, am I the only one that finds her ridiculously hot? That is all Z-Vengeance can think about. He's like, man, if she starts a war, I'm okay with that.
Nuclear war, of course, I'd be honored to serve.
Where do you think you would be of most help to President Trump and this administration?
In a place where I can do that. There are a few different roles, I think, within this administration. But again, President Trump will make his decision, and it looks like he's already making some announcements this week.
They're coming out. We're seeing them. But you've never been one to want to play politics. Have you been active in the process, or you're just waiting to be asked?
No, I've been active as a member of the transition team. As you know, Chris, there are thousands of positions that a new administration has to fill within all of these federal agencies. And so we are doing our best to try to bring people together who support President Trump's vision, specifically as it relates to national security and foreign policy, to try to prevent what happened last time, which was he ended up with some neocons around him who were trying to, and I saw this as a member of Congress, they said yes to his face, and then around his back were trying to undermine his objectives so that they could feed their goals of continuing to keep us in a perpetual state of war to the detriment of the American people and our troops.
Yeah, I get you, but you got to be careful with just putting loyalists around you right? I mean, you want better minds to the extent that you can have them.
It's people who are committed to the Constitution, who support our democratic republic, and the mandate that President Trump has been.
That's such a wild loyalists around you. Well, technically speaking, you do want people that's loyal, especially in the positions that are most important to you. But then also there's people like RFK and Tulsi Gabbard who aren't loyalists to Trump because they're Democrats. At least they used to be until 5 minutes ago, when they realized the Democratic Party has gone completely bonkers. And now they're on his team because he seems to be the only person fundamentally speaking to the problem. Dude, you know what would be the ultimate cherry? You know what would be the ultimate kick in the nuts? KB3, how you doing, sir? Of all Democrats everywhere. If Bernie Sanders joins Trump's team, like, that will be wild. Because I don't agree with Bernie Sanders on, like, economics and shit like that. But I do believe that he does actually care. And I think that if you spoke to him and explained to him why his policies are shit, he would probably understand it. Because he does appear to truly care about the American people. Doesn't mean that you can't be completely misled. You can be sincere and still be sincerely wrong. And he does appear to at least be sincere in what he thinks should happen for Americans. Although the reason I'm with you guys, I don't think it will happen, is I do think Bernie Sanders is spineless. I don't think he actually has a spine. If he did, he would have torched the Democrats 8 years ago. He would have torched the Democrats 4 years ago. Because he got screwed over twice, and twice he bent the knee. So I do think he's spineless, but I do also think it would be just so funny. Impossible. He is a socialist at heart, isn't he? Mooksod, it depends. I obviously don't know the man personally. I've never met him personally. But if someone truly believes that they want to make the world better, there is a good chance that they can be reasoned with. Because their idea is they genuinely care about the people. And they genuinely make life better for the people. So they just wrongly believe that the way to make the world better for people is socialism. So if you can explain to them that, listen here is why socialism isn't good. If they genuinely care about making life better for people, then they will change their mind. It all depends. If he is genuinely just an ideological socialist, then all of this isn't true, because then it means he doesn't want to make the world for Americans better. He just wants socialism. For example, Stalin was a communist at heart. Stalin couldn't give two craps about the people of Russia. Stalin cared about communism. That's why when Russians were dying en masse, Stalin couldn't care. You know who was most likely a true believer and genuinely wanted to make the world a better place? Lenin. Because when Lenin was president, when Russians were busy dying, what did Lenin do? He introduced some form of capitalism. He allowed them to sell their goods to each other, and suddenly farmers started making money again and started producing food again. Stalin, on the other hand, couldn't care less. Let them die, right? So that's how you sort of figure out. Still, doesn't mean that Lenin wasn't evil. Doesn't mean that Lenin didn't do a bunch of evil stuff. It's just, are you sincere in what you're trying to do? Because you can be sincerely wrong. That happens often. People who are just sincerely wrong. Take Adolf Hitler, for example. Adolf Hitler was not confused about what he wanted to do. And he genuinely believed that if he succeeds, life for Germans will be better. He genuinely believed that. Was he sincerely screwed up? Yes. Was he sincerely wrong? Yes. But he wasn't at least from my view of things, he wasn't just doing it because he sort of bought into it, right? He wasn't just sort of, using the process because really what he wanted to do was fascism above all else. Fascism was a means of him getting to the location he wanted to be at because he thought that would be better for everyone. So that's sort of what I mean by that. So, Jaquette, if you could explain to me, what is the difference between socialism and democratic socialism? Because I'm happy to use the term democratic socialism if you explain to me how that is different to socialism. Like I said, Lenin did do a lot of evil things, same as Hitler, right? But when Russians were dying, when Russians were starving, what did Lenin do? He revised his policies and opened up the markets because he realized these people are dying. Right? That suggests to you that he sincerely believes that communism is the best way of living. Right? He genuinely believes that communism is the best way of living. And he just needs to make a couple of changes in order to get it perfect, right? Because sadly it's never perfect, but it doesn't, he's deluded. Profile, that's actually the right word. He's genuinely deluded. Someone like Stalin wasn't deluded. Because when Russians were starving under Stalin, Stalin said, who gives a shit? We are a communist nation and this is how we do things. But sir, people are starving. I don't care. Because for Stalin, communism was the goal regardless of the outcome. People will learn to live this way or they'll die. Economic model within, i.e. Scandinavian-styled social democracy. As far as I can tell, those are the most successful societies on the planet at the moment. Economic model within... Wait, but when you say capitalism functions as economic model... Okay, so what you're talking about is a mixed economy. So when you say democratic socialism, what you're referring to is a mixed economy, correct? Where you have a little bit of socialism and a little bit of capitalism. Yeah, so it's sort of like a social market system. Not exactly. Capitalism being regulated by social policy is not the same as socialism as economic policy. No, but it leads to the same thing. It leads to socialism. It always does. It can't not lead to socialism. And here's why. The hands of state is first and foremost and always the most juicy target for corruption in every nation. And the reason for it is the state wields the absolute power. Whatever you give to the state to regulate, whatever you give to the state to control, will ultimately be conquered by the corrupt. Always. And since state is the ultimate power, the corrupt goes for the state. If you give the state control of the economy, this is the perfect breeding ground for corruption. Because the corrupt craves nothing more than power and money. And since the government now has the ability to regulate the market, the corrupt will move into the government in order to get themselves rich and get their friends rich. It should not be lost on people that Europe has not been the home of innovation for over 30 years. Europe doesn't innovate. Europe makes almost nothing new. It writes software. All innovation comes from America. If America doesn't exist, Europe is screwed. Screwed. And Jacquet, I'm not asking you because I am not aware of what you call democratic socialism. I'm asking you because no democratic socialist can ever actually explain the difference between socialism and democratic socialism, because ultimately all they do is give you sort of like a vague explanation of how this would work in the perfect world without ever taking into account that there is no such thing as a perfect world. And then basically it just all boils down to limited socialism. It's not fully socialism, it's not fully capitalism, it's sort of like a mix of the two. But with a nice word, because they know Americans. Here's the thing. Democratic socialism, completely invented concept, and the reason it's invented is because Americans about 20 years ago were so afraid of the word socialism that the socialists realized, okay, we can't call it socialism, no one will ever vote for it. What if we rebranded it to democratic socialism? What's the difference? No difference, it's just a different word. Oh yeah, that will work perfectly. And now you have a bunch of young people and students that go, oh, democratic socialism sounds brilliant to me, even though they don't know what the hell they're talking about. You have someone like Bernie Sanders saying we should have socialism like they have in Norway. Never mind the fact that Norway has a more free market than America does. America is far more socialist than Norway is. But never mind that, because for me, that's not even the argument. The argument is, what is the potential for corruption and what is the end result of that corruption? When the government is involved in anything, corruption stems from it. Always. Show me a government on this planet that isn't corrupt, and I will suck your dick. It doesn't exist. All governments are corrupt. The question is, how much of that corruption are you willing to influence the ordinary economy of a country? When you look at, for example, Europe, the only reason socialism, it's not democratic socialism, it is limited socialism, the only reason that has worked until now is because of the demographics of Europe. You have very small countries. The overwhelming majority of European nations are not very large. And almost all of the people are exactly the same. They believe the same thing. They have the same culture. This means that their work ethic is the same. Their views towards the government is the same. Their views towards paying taxes is the same. There's no difference. They're the same people. In such a system, socialism works great because everyone pays their fair share. No one worries. Everyone's fine. The problem is as soon as you get to larger economies. So when the economy gets a little bit larger, you have far more people. And once you start getting a mix of cultures, where maybe some cultures don't trust the government as much, don't feel like paying taxes as much, kind of want to, get the better on the government, that's when the system starts to struggle. Because socialism only works in high trust societies. The second you don't have a high trust society, socialism doesn't work. And it can't work. Because in order for me to pay my taxes on time, expediently, and willingly, I need to trust that the government is going to use my taxes for the right reasons. In order to do that, I need to also be okay with paying for other people, which I am not. Just FYI. Me, as a person, will never live in Europe because I will not pay for your medical bills. I will not pay for your tuition, your school, or anything like that. I will not pay for your retirement. That is not my job. I do not know you. I do not owe you anything. The fact that you think I do is actually my biggest problem. So I will not live in Europe because I will not pay taxes so that my government can use my money on you. Now, I am a product of my own country where my taxes are not being used by the government to do the right thing for the right people. My tax money goes to the government, and the government wastes that money on people that will not work and on new cars. So I trust no government, not even the governments in Europe, because I know how it works. I know what it looks like when it finally becomes mega corrupt. Europe has no innovation, and it's because of your governments. Your governments have over-regulated the market to the point where no new companies can start up to innovate anything. It is cheaper for a European to move to America to open a company than it is to open that company in Europe, because your regulation makes it nearly impossible to do. You will very soon probably find yourself without any manufacturing, since most of the countries in Europe have most of their large corporations already moving most manufacturing out of Europe, again, due to your regulations. So Europe is going to struggle in the next few decades. And it's going to be as a result of your overbearing and unnecessary governments. So, hold on to your minimum wage and hold on to your high quality of life, because I imagine that it's not going to last for long. Because the minimum wage for a person that doesn't have a job is zero. The generator you're using when your power goes down is there because it was invented in Europe. Z-Vengeance, and how long ago was that? Today, everything that Europe uses that is new comes from America. America invents almost everything. And Europe used to be the home of invention. Europe used to be at the forefront of invention. Now almost all invention comes from America. And what's sad is a lot of the invention in America comes from Europeans moving to America. Why are they moving to America? Because if you try to do it in Europe, first and foremost, you're going to be taxed out of your ears. And that's if the regulation allows you to do it. Like, if you can get it past all of the regulations, that's going to hold you back. So most startups, even, we looked at this the other day. Most of the startups in Europe get sold within the first year to American companies. And the reason they're doing it is it's cheaper to just start up the idea, sell it to an American company, than it is to try and pursue the idea in Europe. Because by the time you want to reach your full potential, you'll be regulated to the point where it's almost impossible to make money. Because Europe is overregulated. You have a state that is way too large, and it just keeps getting larger. Yeah, but US will just have more by its very nature. But we did look at the stats. Europe is no shortage of like really small businesses. There's a lot of small businesses that open up, but not a lot of them survive. And of the ones that survive, very few of them are like in groundbreaking territories. The healthcare retirement is not what cost us the most. It's nothing. The administration is just too fat. Yeah, but the administration has to be that fat because of wealth, health, and retirement. Whenever the government has to run things like healthcare, the only way for them to do it is by administrators. And they need a lot of administrators. A lot. Because they have to keep track of every element within the system. And the only way government can ever do that is by employing more people. Because the people who are working in these jobs are not specialists. They're bureaucrats. They're career politicians. So their answer to almost every problem is just throw more people at the problem. Yeah, Niora, go look at the health. Go look at the state-owned companies. The state-owned companies is such a misnomer, because it's not actually. It's not a company. It doesn't operate within the free system. It operates by government money. So most of the time, the people that work in these companies are employed or installed by government bureaucrats because they're friends of the government. It's not necessarily the people that belong there or deserve to be there. There's so much information out there if you really want to go look for it. The problem is that most people look at the US, a system that has been made shit because of government, and then they compare that to Europe and they say, see, we have a better system. And it's like, well, you don't have a better system, because you only have a better system in relation to the US. But your system isn't good. You still have a shit system. It's just better than the US. And that's only because the US system is corrupt to the core as a result of government. Because there are plenty of countries, South Africa included, where I have private healthcare, and I can tell you now, my private healthcare is probably better than your government healthcare. Actually, I would go so far as to say it's definitely better than yours. Absolutely better. I would rather be sick in South Africa than I would be in Europe, because it costs me next to nothing. Like next to nothing. I think I'm paying like $50 a month for my healthcare, or maybe $80. Let's say 80. I'm paying 80, and it all costs are taken care of. I go to the hospital, I don't pay anything extra. It's the $80 and it's done. That's it. They pay for everything, any surgeries that I need, any checkups that I need, any aftercare that I need. It's all taken care of, and it costs me $80 a month. So I would take mine. Holy, how you doing, brother?
Been given by the American people in this election through the popular vote and the electoral vote to reject the neocon warmongers and actually work towards bringing about peace.
Big Tulu, why would I can fire them myself. It's very easy. I get on the phone to my healthcare provider and I say, hey, you're fired. I no longer want to use you. And they go, oh, okay. Maybe they ask me why. And I go, oh, because you're shit. Oh, okay, peace. And then I phone up literally any of the other companies and I go, hey, how about you give me healthcare? And they go, oh, no problem. And then I have another healthcare provider. Yeah, but Z Vengeance, again, I already spoke about this. Do not compare to America. America's system is completely broken because of corruption. Because the government and the healthcare companies are so deep into each other's pockets that to call the American healthcare system free is actually an insult to the word free. There is only one other sector in the American economy that is more regulated than the healthcare system. Want to take a guess what that is? No. Housing. It's coincidental, however, that housing caused the 2008 market crash. It is, by the way, and was at the time, the most regulated industry in America. And healthcare is about to cause another economic crisis, and it is the second most regulated industry in America. So maybe there's a connection there. Any of the sectors in America where the government is completely and utterly involved in every element of it seems to be very, very bad. Very bad. So never compare to America. Compare to literally anywhere else, but not America. I'm not suggesting that there aren't systems that work. The German healthcare system, for example, is considered alongside the Netherlands as probably the best in the world. And the reason for it is they're the only two that have a sort of let's say coexistence thing where the healthcare providers are public or private and they provide their own healthcare, but it is also mandated by the government in a way. So you do have this sort of everyone must have healthcare, but the healthcare is still private. So it's sort of like a merger between private. So that's where you have a mixed economy where it works really well. But my suggestion is that that's probably not the best that it can be. It's probably not the best that it can be. Because South Africa, if you exclude the public health service, right? So South Africa we are the most unequal nation on earth as a result of our government systems and as a result of our government. So because our government is so incredibly inept in South Africa, it has birthed an entire free market system that has to provide services for the public that the government should provide but can't because of corruption and just ineptitude, right? So what happens is you have almost two worlds. You have the private healthcare system in South Africa, which is probably one of the best in the world, if not up in the top 5 in the world. And then you have the public healthcare system, which is terrible. Like one of the worst. And that's the one that's run by government. Now, I'm not suggesting anywhere in Europe is as bad as the South African one. In the South African one, you'd be better off going to some dude that lives in a hut that tells you he'll heal you by dancing around you than you are going to the hospital. Like, the hospital is like a death sentence here. Rather live anywhere in the world than in the US. The Vengeance, that's fine. You look like you have lost some weight, Echo. Holy, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. How you been, bro? Why was the message? Was your message auto-modded? I'm not modding anything. Oh, yeah. I see you here. I allowed it, so it should come through. Don't worry, the Green Party are trying the best to destroy the German health system. Mine's good, Holly. Mine's good. I'm happy to hear that you're chilling, man. Choosing to compete with each other rather than dividing a map like they do in the States is not going to happen here. Well, cable companies are the most obvious offenders. But again, it's something that is allowed because of government, right? So again, South Africa is... I like using South Africa because of just how inept my government is, you can sort of get a glimpse of what a full laissez-faire capitalist system would look like. So you take fiber, for example. At any given point in South Africa, there are 20 plus fiber operators fighting in your area, either actively installing fiber cables or have already installed it across the nation, right? So pretty much every neighborhood has at least 2 individual fiber operators, and they can't really go crazy because they're not competing only with that other one, because across the nation they're competing with 19 others. So their prices have to constantly be as low as possible. That's why every single year almost everyone in the country gets their speed doubled and also gets their prices slashed. So they sort of go through the system of 1 year they'll slash the prices, the other year they'll bump the speeds. This year we got both. I went from a 500 meg up and down line to a 1 gigabit per second up and down line, and I had my bill reduced. So it's sort of like, because they're in constant competition with each other, and because any decision that they may make to screw over customers will instantly lead to them just losing a bunch of customers. They can't do that. They have to keep trying to be the best possible company that they can be and just hope, right, that people keep using them. So where I live in the USA. Monkey, yeah, I feel like there's the plus and the minus of the United States. The fact that every state has their own business system, and most states also have protection rackets that they run to ensure that competition can't come in, just makes it terrible, right? Because basically the whole country is divided into these lines where they don't fight each other and they all get to make mega bucks. And you need a politician that moves in there and just goes, enough of this. Enough. Everyone does business. Just expand as much as you can. This is Filibuster. How are you doing? To a lot of protectionism, which is against all liberal theories. Yara, yes, but this is again why I'm so incredibly, like, I'm not suggesting for even a moment that I can't see the value in government. I can. I think there's a lot of Europeans that live in amazing countries where your government largely does things correctly. But because I come from South Africa, because I have seen how corrupt the government can get when you give government enough power, I will always be incredibly careful to trust any government. Even if it is the greatest government on earth and they promise to give me a hand job every evening before bed, I will be suspicious of that government, because I've seen what it looks like when you have a government that literally just could not care less. That just wants what they want, and they will find ways of stealing as much as they can. Insta story to Zelensky, and it was so bad, honestly. What's your discussion here? But I doubt Trump gonna do that. We'll see. I hope Trump does everything he promised. Because he wants to dismantle the state, which I'm happy with. Like, I want this guy to just knock everything down in Germany and Europe, trying to get more power often, but luckily people managed to stop that. Isn't the German government currently falling apart or something? I saw something like that. Where apparently there's like massive issues in Germany currently with the government being torn apart. Someone somewhere is doing something. It's like crazy what's going on at the moment there. Holy, I don't know. I think I have a different theory, but we'll see what happens when he gets into office. I think Trump is going to force both Zelensky and Russia to the negotiation table. And I think Trump is literally just going to, well, he's basically going to tell Zelensky, the funding's gone. We're no longer funding your war. And then he's going to tell Russia to leave all of the areas except for Crimea and Donbass. And he's going to tell Zelensky, listen here, Crimea, Donbass is done. It's over. And then I think he's going to make a trade deal with Zelensky to help Ukraine. So maybe like a deal where they buy grain or they buy oil or whatever, right? but they'll make some kind of deal to help Ukraine get back on their feet, because I don't see any way that Ukraine is getting Donbas or Crimea back ever. I think that's the one. Those are the two areas that Putin will just not give them. Just that they don't have a majority anymore, and they would need to do stuff now, like re-elections. It's not really falling apart like a rebellion. I know my government fell apart a long time ago. Mr. Filibuster, yours is the UK, right? His choice for Secretary of State says the opposite. Who's his choice for Secretary of State, by God based? We've been going through prime ministers like war chiefs. In France, we did not have a government between June and mid-September. It was great, but Belgium are the champions for more than 1 year without it, and nothing bad happened, right? By God waste, yes, but Marco Rubio will also have to play ball. Because Marco Rubio right now is actually very much on the side of Ukraine. But Marco Rubio will still play ball. If Trump tells him to end that war, Marco Rubio will end that war. And I tell you now, there will be no end to the war if it does not include the Donbas and Crimea going to Russia. Or at least, as Putin said, Crimea has to come to Russia, but Donbas needs to become an independent state. Like that was Putin's deal back when this war started. So yeah, that's my thinking at least around this at the moment. Michael, so here's what I think. If I were to argue about this. So here's what Putin will ask for, and we know he will ask for this because he has asked for this. We know Putin is going to say he wants Donbas and he wants Crimea. No question about it. He wants a formal declaration that Ukraine will never join NATO or the European Union. So it must remain a neutral state forever. I think Trump is going to give him that. Trump is going to be like, okay, fine. Ukraine will never join NATO. They'll never join European Union. But then what Trump is going to do is he's going to form a trade agreement between Ukraine and America, and he's going to help Ukraine build up their own military. So sell them military equipment, send maybe soldiers to help train the Ukrainian army, so that Ukraine alone will be sufficient to stop any future invasions or plans that Russia may have. So that's what I think is going to happen. Because the problem is, you want to put an end to the war. Russia, I doubt, unless Trump can find some crazy way of making it awesome for Russia to leave the whole of Ukraine. I don't see how that will happen. Holly, I don't think Europe can say anything about that. I don't think Europe can or will say anything about that, because I think at this point, if you listen to most of Europe, I think everyone wants an end to the war. And if that literally is the only way the war ends, then that is the only way the war ends. But I don't believe that Trump will just dump Ukraine. He didn't do that in his first 4 years. If you go back and you look at the things that Trump did in the first 4 years, he likes deals. So Trump will sort of deal with both until there's a good deal on the table for everyone, right? So America gets a good deal, Russia gets a good deal, and Ukraine gets a good deal, and everyone's sort of happy. Trump has been more than willing to do that. He did that with Xi Jinping. He did that with Vladimir Putin while he was in office. He even went to meet North Korea, right, while he was in office. So I would argue that I don't think he'll just sort of I don't think he'll just screw over Ukraine, but it is clear that he wants an end to this war as soon as possible. Oh, Gary, that makes sense. Trump pulls the US out of NATO again. What say do we have in them getting into the EU or NATO? Zugard, well, you won't have a say, but if America pulls out of NATO, it doesn't matter. Putin wouldn't even care. Because then, if NATO wants to declare war on Russia, why would Putin care? NATO is nothing without America. So, yeah, if Trump goes, no NATO thanks, we're going to do our own thing. The problem is many European nations, not all, there are some who genuinely kept doing their jobs, but many European nations, including France, including Germany, even the UK, became lazy. Instead of spending their money on actual defense, on an actual military, they started spending it on nonsense. So that's part of the reason why Trump is so angry with NATO, is because most of the NATO member states don't spend the 2% that they should spend on their military. What you guys are referring to is attacking versus being attacked. I don't necessarily, I'm still not convinced that what Russia wanted to do was conquer the whole of Ukraine. I'm not convinced of that. I've watched a number of geopolitical experts talk about this, and none of them think that that's exactly what Putin wanted to do. But either way, it doesn't matter. Russia may not have been ready at the start of this war. And that was clear. Russia wasn't quite ready. But I think Russia is more ready now than most people think. Remember, Russia has a wartime economy now. Almost all of their factories, all of their production, it's all geared towards war. Making missiles, making weapons, making tanks. It's all they do now, is they make war and machines of war. So I wouldn't be surprised if most of Europe still isn't there. They have to become there. Like, Germany needs to start spending a lot more on war and the military. France needs to do the same. The European nations do need to start standing up, because I think it's just Poland at the moment that's actually doing a lot of work. Dark Mephisto, okay, bro. Go look at the invasion map. Just do yourself a favor. I'm not going to argue with you. Go look at the invasion map. The two parts that Putin said from the beginning he wants, he has that and more. So, but sure. Just like Germany in the late 1930s, all they wanted was a little piece of Poland, a little piece of France. Hey, I'm not suggesting I know everything or that I even know anything. I'm telling you what I think. I could be completely wrong. I never said I'm a geopolitical expert. I just like listening to people, and I like listening to different people say different things. And whatever makes the most sense to me. Now, I want to be clear. I'm not a fan of Putin at all. I think the man's a fucking maniac. I think Putin is a very, very bad guy. I'm not in any way, shape, or form deluded by that fact. But I know that when I listen to the geopolitical experts, the ones that make the most sense to me are the ones that say Putin wanted Crimea and the Donbass from the beginning. That's all he wanted. And he wanted to severely weaken Europe. That was his goal. Was basically a big fat finger to Europe. So by staying in Ukraine and by engaging in the war, Europe has to consistently send aid to Ukraine, and he's basically just waiting. Now, there is one geopolitical analyst that I thought was really, really interesting to me. I liked what he said, because he said what actually happened was Putin started this war to open the door for China. Because China actually wants Taiwan. So the idea here is that if Putin keeps NATO and the NATO allies busy in Ukraine for long enough, by the time China invades Taiwan, the NATO allies won't have any resources left to give to Taiwan. So then China can get Taiwan, and then finally, once Taiwan is secured, they'll have the West in a vice grip. So the idea was sort of, this guy at least explained it as follows. If Taiwan falls to China now, the West's ability to build military equipment goes from severely hampered, because it's only really America that builds any real military equipment at scale, to almost non-existent. Because all modern day technology or military technology requires high-level chips. If China controls Taiwan, those high-level chips immediately end. Right there, boom, done. No more chips for the West. This means that whatever missiles and tanks and vehicles Ukraine have right now is what they have. That's it. There's no more coming, because Europe and America can't make more. Now, America already has some facilities that is starting up that looks like they'll be producing chips, but it doesn't look like it's anywhere near enough to really fuel large-scale weapon advancement. And so the idea would be, by the time this happens, Russia can just walk into Ukraine. Because now Russia and China will be the only ones with high-level chips and the ability to make high-level military equipment, and the West can't. So Russia can just take the whole of Ukraine. I thought that was an interesting theory, at least. I don't know how true it is. The guy could have been just speaking out of his ass, but his ideas was sort of interesting to me. My real name, it all depends on if Taiwan even wants that. Can't stand this Cold War thinking. What do you mean? But that's not the point, right? The point is, you engage on one side and then you engage on the other front, right? So now you have this sort of choice. If America doesn't go to help Ukraine, Ukraine falls. If America doesn't go to help Taiwan, Taiwan falls. You can't really split your military across the board there. You need to put, you need to put your army somewhere, and it can't be both. So that was just the idea behind this guy's plan, at least. The semiconductor plants will all be destroyed in case of invasion. That is the plan, but of course, no one ever thinks rationally in a war. If people thought rationally, they wouldn't go to war. People always think in base case scenario. China probably thinks America will miss. So at least they're banking on America's missiles missing the factories. But yeah, I mean, America's plan, and this has been the truth for a very long time, should Taiwan ever be invaded, they bomb the living shit out of every single semiconductor facility. So China will get Taiwan, but with no semiconductors. America would have to mess. The factories already have bombs in them. Have you watched Arcane Echo? Not yet, Holy. I want to wait for all of the episodes, but I've heard it's really good. Is it the factory they want Echo or the metals? Well, KB, the metals is easy. The metals is just silicone mostly, with a little bit of can't remember. There's like others, but though the minerals or the metals to make semiconductors is everywhere. Like, you don't need. I don't even think Taiwan makes it themselves. I think they get it from other places and then they just make them there. You could get those from other places, so it doesn't really have to be there. It's more just a case of that's where the semiconductors are, or at least that's where the factories are. Freya, how are you doing? Well, China should be looking at recent joint Navy operations with the US, South Korea, and Japan. We just trained for last year, I believe. So God, it all depends. I don't think, at least not with Trump, he doesn't look like he wants war. I don't know what he's going to do. We'll see. We'll see. If he's going to do anything, we'll see next year. Don't know. Genuinely don't know. I find it interesting to think about these things, but one of the reasons I try not to get too deep into these debates is I'm not personally involved, and I have no real emotional involvement in it either. Ukraine is so far away from me that whatever happens there is of little concern to me. The only thing I hate is that innocent civilians are dying. I don't like that. And it's the same argument I have for Israel-Palestine. It's so far away from me that I genuinely couldn't care less. It has nothing to do with me. I hate the fact that innocent civilians are dying, but that's true for everywhere, right? I don't like when innocent people suffer. But as far as being involved in the war, I watch political analysts and geopolitical analysts speak sometimes when I'm playing League or when I'm playing Vampire Survivors or some shit. But that's it. They never keep their words. Well, yeah, it depends on how you approach it. Because they can keep their word if you make the deal sweet enough, but also the punishment grave enough. They'll have a vested interest in keeping the deal. Just move all 23 million Taiwanese to the US and bomb the island, then close borders for a few years. Yeah, that sounds like a very... Let's call that option B. We'll call that one plan B, and let's workshop plan A a little bit more, and then, maybe we can revisit that plan in the future, let's say. Rotate the DLC? No, I have not, Zugard. What DLC is that? Well, it's not really hive cities. If you took all of the citizens of the world and you had them standing upright, and I believe it's like in 1 square meter area, so every human got 1 meter, all of the humans on Earth fits into Texas. Standing upright. There's way more Earth than what there are humans. And America is a very, very big place. So technically speaking, you could take all of the humans on planet Earth and move them into America and then use the rest of the world to just farm and make food. I'm so upset with that suggestion. Hive cities are cooler though. Do you want to live in a hive city? Kimmy, how you doing? Do you want to go to the bathroom? I'll be right back. I don't want to live in a hive city. That sounds depressing. All right, I'm back. Okay, boys. We have to talk about tomorrow. What day is tomorrow? It's Wednesday, right? Yeah. Okay, so tomorrow... Why is it Frog Day? What? What time is the 30th the 30th stream? Do you guys know? Holly, I think it's tomorrow only. Yeah, I think it's tomorrow. Shit. You see, I'm at... So I might have to skip that then. See, I have Bible study at 8. Well, at 6. Or is it 7 o'clock? I think it starts at 7 o'clock and it ends at 8 o'clock. So I might be back, but I will almost definitely be late. Let's really see. Man, everyone has live streams of this. Can someone give me the link to the live stream, please? Thank you, Holly. All right, so it's in 26 hours, which means 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock for me. It starts at 7:45. So I'm going to be a little bit late. Bible study, then pray for forgiveness for the sin. Well, I don't want to skip Bible study. I don't have to go to Bible study. I just want to. I like going to Bible study. Can't you leave a bit earlier? I'm thinking. I'm thinking. Or make a streaming setup at church. Hey, you joke. I streamed one of the sermons. I streamed a memorial service on Saturday from church. Not on my channel, but on the church's channel. They were, I think it's called a memorial service. Someone died and they had a service for them. Z-Vengeance, the church asked me to do it because there are shut-ins. So there's people who are too old to make their way to church, but they knew the person that died. And so they wanted to see it. They wanted to watch it. So I was doing it for them. So that they could watch it as well. Yeah. Is my DM to you about my theory? I saw your DM. I have not gone through it yet. I'll go through yours and Ferorius tonight. From a guild with the people you Bible study with. So my pastor is a massive gaming nerd. He plays Hearthstone, Overwatch. He played Warcraft and Starcraft back in the day. But he's a massive nerd. But nowadays they just play board games. So this weekend, we played this Sunday actually. That was past. We played board games at church. and we played a game called Aquatico. I don't know if any of you have ever seen that or played that. He's actually a massive D&D fan as well, my pastor. No, Z Vengeance, he just plays Blizzard games, but he also plays a bunch of other games. Like, for example, he knows a ton about 40k. He's quite into the 40k lore, but he's more into D&D. So he's a very big D&D fan. He's a nerd. He's a proper nerd, but he's an awesome guy. We're good friends. But we played Aquatico. Dude, what a game. What a game. I mean, there's just a guy that joined a church as well. He spent 8 years in America at the Southern Baptist Church seminary school, and he's back now after 8 years, and he's also a gamer. So we've just been like nerding out after service. Is there any goal at church you fancy, Akko? No, not really. I don't go to church really for that. I have a bunch of very cool friends. Some of them are goals, but no. We can be friends with the pastor? Well, why wouldn't you? I've gone to dinner with the pastor. The pastor and I and a group of our friends went and had sushi, him and his wife. Monkey, formerly known as Dio. Thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. We're going to a Texas smokehouse 2 weeks, I think, from now. Yeah, it's like 2 weeks from now. Like I said, I've been to dinner at his house. Like, we're friends. Didn't know you were religious, Akko. Valentin, how you doing, bro? Yes, I am a Christian. If Jesus can be your friend, no reason your pastor can't be your friend. Dude, I remember growing up, and I thought religion was so uncool, man. I could never understand why my parents would go to church. Or now I get it. Like, I understand church is great. It's great for community. It's great for your soul. It's all good. Having an IRL community you fit into is essential for good health. True. Very true. Most holy people don't want to be friends when they hear me talk about 40k. Most religious people are self-righteous, which is so funny because it's literally one of the main things that Jesus warns against. Do not be self-righteous. So yeah, I would say I question the salvation of people who are self-righteous. Yeah, I guess. I think, yeah, I agree with the word religious there. It's not how Christians are. I can tell you. If you know true Christians, like actual Christians, so I always say there's of the 1.2, it's more actually, of the I think it's 1.9 billion Christians on earth. I would be surprised if more than 10% of them are actual Christians. Because I think 90% of them are just churchgoers. If you've ever met a Christian who thinks that they are better than you because they're a Christian, then they are literally not a Christian. Because if you were a Christian, you would understand that you are not better than anyone. And the problem is, growing up, almost all of the Christians I knew had that mindset. I'm better than you because I'm a Christian. I'm going to heaven because I'm better than you. I say, well, that's not actually why you're going to heaven, but okay. So yeah, I'm right. I find those proud Christians to be insufferable. I mean, pride is it's a bad sin. It's a really bad sin. Well, all sins are really bad, but pride is very, very dangerous. I was going to church because there were candles there, and candles reminded me of birthday cake, and then there was no cake, and my grandma would bribe me with candy instead. The evangelicals, they ruined the perception of Christianity for me personally. I can't unhear them. Pride is the root? True. There's nothing wrong per se with, I would say the biggest danger is first and foremost non-denominational churches. They're the worst because from them you have the prosperity teachings, which, bro, there is nothing worse than prosperity teaching. Or you have the, there's a pastor I really like, Buddy Buchanan, and he talks about the sissified Jesus church, where they've turned Jesus into this complete sissy that just, love and no hate kind of thing. I would say those are the two worst churches because they also tend to be really bad in terms of how they judge other people. Are they Anglicans, the people who stand on those expensive luxury churches and preach the merits of giving? Not necessarily just Anglicans. So Anglicans are just, I think the Anglican Church is the Church of England, no? I mean, the Anglican Church is basically just the Roman Catholic Church with a couple of differences. So no real biggie there. No. Most prosperity teachers are non-denominational. So in other words, they're not Protestant. They no longer call themselves Protestant. I call them happy clappies because that's basically what they are. But basically, so prosperity teachers, these are, do you guys know who Benny Hinn is? Benny Hinn. TD Jakes, I think his name is. You have, what's his name? Also a big guy. Man, the dude with the demon eyes. Copeland. Sean Copeland. No, not Sean Copeland. No, what's his name? Kenneth Copeland. That's the one. Sean Copeland's the MMA fighter. Never mind. Well, because the prosperity movement started in America. So all of the biggest prosperity teachers are American. The guy with the show with a cool saxophone intro. So Kenneth Copeland is a very bad guy. Very, very bad. These are the guys that will tell you God wants you to be rich. God wants just the best for you. God will heal you. And all things will just be great if you give us money. That's prosperity teachings. It's basically like a pyramid scheme, but legal. That was the guy with the private plane, yes. Snivels, I agree with you. Like, I look at that guy, and I cannot understand how people can go to his church. Because when I look at him, he looks evil to me. He looks like an evil man. Cthulhu, yeah. I mean, there's giant debate within the churches when it comes to miracles and the gift of miracles. My theological position on miracles is that God meets his people where they are. So people will often say, well, why doesn't God heal people anymore? And I say, well, because to the Western mind, that would not be a sufficient... In the West, at least, we like to think of ourselves as intellectually advanced, right? We're intellectuals. We think intellectually. We want evidence. someone healing, and the only reason I know this is I've heard people use this argument in the past. They'll say things like, "Oh, it's just the what's the word again? Oh no, I can't think of the English word for it. When you give someone a sugar pill." Or people will say things like, "Oh, it's just mind over matter," because we know how strong the mind is, right? Placebo. People say, "Oh, it's just the placebo effect. He healed from cancer not because of prayer, not because of a miracle, it's just placebo." And we know the mind is incredibly powerful, right? Because we're intellectuals. We are intelligent. So if someone suddenly started healing people, most Western intellectuals would be like, "Ah, it's just placebo. It's not real. It's mind over matter." We'll find reasons to disagree with it. So what do you see nowadays in the West? What are the types of Christian apologists that you see nowadays in the West? You see people like Frank Turek. He's a philosopher. He studied philosophy. He has his doctorate in philosophy and also his doctorate in theology. You see people like William Lane Craig, another philosopher. You see people like Stephen C. Meyer. He's a philosopher of science. You see people like John Lennox. He's a mathematician. He's got his doctorate in mathematics. And he teaches at Cambridge. So you see highly intelligent evangelical apologists for the West. Because what the Western mind requires now is to be convinced through reason. You're not necessarily going to convince a modern day intellectual of God by healing someone. But you will convince him through reason. But then you go to North Korea and you listen to the missionaries that speak in North Korea, and they tell stories of people being healed in North Korea from deadly diseases. And when the families of those children see the kids healed, they immediately accept Christ. So I think miracles are real, but I don't think it happens over a phone. And I don't think it happens because you happen to pay a bunch of money to a guy and then go up on stage and he touches your forehead and you fall over. I think that's all nonsense. Put bone cancer in children. Butter beans. I'm trying to think, how do I condense a conversation of human biology into such a way that we're not here for... How long does it take? 12 years? You should have learned this in school. If biology, obviously, was taught at your school, you'll understand how cells work and how cells multiply. And you'll understand that cancer is a corruption within a cell. And while it is rare for children to have that, because their cells are new and oftentimes very good, it does happen from time to time that a cell gets corrupted. And that forms a cancer. What is your question? Why does God allow that to happen? Because if he doesn't, then he has to stop all bad things from happening everywhere. The problem is that almost all bad things that happen everywhere is because of humans. So he would have to stop humans from being bad. If he has to stop humans from being bad, he has to remove free will. Because for you to have free will, you must be able to not choose the good stuff. So if he does that, he may as well have just made a bunch of robots and not even waste his time with humans. But he made you as you are because he wanted you to have freedom. Now, the reason you care about the child getting bone cancer is because you're human and you think of death as the end. But to God, death is nothing. It doesn't mean anything. Because from God's perspective, that child that dies wakes up in heaven and is where he needs to be. You see, you think of this place as the place. It's where all the things happen. Now, my answer to this is going to be a lot harsher than I think what most people like to hear. Most Christians don't like to think of this, and I understand it's a dark thought. But my own way of thinking at this is, God has a plan. God's plan for every human life is for as many people to join him in heaven as is possible. That will not mean all. Literally, by the fact that God gave us free will, not everyone will choose to be with God. And so the idea is to save as many people as possible. This means that God allows things to happen for his plan to work out. So from your perspective, a young child gets bone cancer and dies. That's sad. But what you maybe don't see is in that moment, that child's death moves someone sufficiently that they are open to the Holy Spirit and they give their heart to Christ. That's a life saved. Because you see, from your perspective, you only think in the temporal. You think in the here and now. For God, the saving is making sure someone goes to heaven. So if that child's life saves someone's life, then that is what needs to happen. Or, and this can also happen, that child's life makes the parents hard. It hardens their heart. And so they give themselves to sin. So maybe the father starts seeing prostitutes. I'm just throwing out an idea here, right? So the father goes into full-blown sin. Him and the wife gets divorced. He starts seeing a bunch of prostitutes. He goes through his entire life. And at the age of 44, this father, with nothing left, gives his heart to Jesus. And he becomes a Christian. And he spends the rest of his life preaching and evangelizing to people who have fallen into the same life as he had. Because he understands where they are. He understands their mindset. Because he used to be that. And he maybe saves 200 people. His child dying was sad. But if that child didn't die, he wouldn't have saved 200 lives. The only reason you and I can never think of this is because we don't see all the moving parts. Because we're limited in what we can see. But God sees everything. If you believe as I do, that God is real, then even the bad stuff that happened to us is because of his divine will. He allows it to happen to us so that something better can happen, and the better thing is always for people to go to heaven. Not for us to have great lives, because in that question, if you ask me that question, then we have to go to a confirmed case of this, right? Paul. Paul was an avid follower of Christ. In fact, if you go into the Bible, Paul was probably the most hard-working disciple of all of the disciples. What did God allow for Paul to go through? What was Paul's life like? Benny, how you doing, bro? Paul went blind by his own account on the road to Damascus when he met with Jesus Christ, and then he was healed 3 days later. But no. What happened to Paul after that? So after Paul became a Christian and started preaching the gospel to almost the entire world. Remember, this is an avid follower of Christ. He believes in Christ with all of his heart. What happens to him? what does God allow for Paul to go through? Archimagus, I love the book of Job. Because the book of Job, I think, describes, if you want to know God, the book of Job probably does a very good job of it. So Paul spends most of his Christian life in jail. The overwhelming majority of Paul's letters are written either from jail or awaiting a jail sentence. Paul is flogged, certifiedly flogged, 39 individual times. Now, we don't know exactly how many floggings it would have been per flogging, so how many lashes he would have received, but we know he was flogged 39 separate instances. Now, the Romans were expert torturers, so we can imagine Paul would have looked rough. Paul was thrown off the top of a wall, stoned. No, he wasn't thrown. It was another disciple that was thrown off the top of a wall. He was stoned and ultimately beheaded. That's how he died. He got his head chopped off. That was the life. That was the perfect life that God allowed for Paul to live. And throughout all of that, Paul was grateful because it allowed him to do the work. Right? So, yeah, I don't think in those terms. To answer your question, Beef, it doesn't bother me anymore. It used to. Way back in the day, it did bother me. Why does evil things happen? But the only reason people ask that, because I ask that, is because you don't think about God never wanted that for us, but we ate of the fruit. And so that's the life we have. We chose that. And if you think that you wouldn't have eaten of the fruit, you're lying. You would absolutely have. If you were in the Garden of Eden, you would have eaten the fruit. Maybe some people would have taken a bit longer, other people would not have taken quite as long, but everyone would have eaten of the fruit. No, probably true. Or it may be a taste from God to the parents or relatives. You see, I don't necessarily... I think even the taste is only insofar as it serves a purpose. You have to stop thinking that it is evil. You have to understand that it is just what it is. Kiki, that's true. I don't like apple. Niara, there's no evidence anywhere in the original text of the Bible that it was an apple. The original texts simply speak about a fruit. We don't know what fruit it was. So think of your favorite fruit, and it probably would have been that one. But you would have eaten. Remember, though, we have been saved if we so choose. Give your life to Christ. We do have good news. Okay, but yeah, 100%, right? That's the good news. The good news is that once you accept Jesus Christ, it doesn't matter what happens to you here. It doesn't matter if you die, if you get incarcerated, if you get flogged, because you're saved. Paul is an amazing man as well. I love the belief of Thomas, who doubted all the other disciples of Jesus' resurrection, and only through touching Jesus' scars and wounds would he believe he's truly back. Oh yeah, it's Benny. I heard the forbidden fruit was a pomegranate. Evil things, in my opinion, happen more because of negative people interpreting the word in their own way as justification proof to subject people they don't like to badness. God is only love. Yes, that is true. But remember, God's love, this past Sunday, not this one, the Sunday before, our pastor was talking about God's love specifically. And he was going through all of the, the darkness in the world and, how Jesus came and how Jesus suffered and how all of us deserve to go to hell. That's if you want to talk about justice, if God gave all of us justice, we would all burn in hell because it's what we rightly deserve. We're sinners and we're evil and we cause suffering wherever we go. And I remember afterwards, we walked out and one of the girls at church, we were talking about the service and I asked, what did you think? And she's like, oh, it was good, but I just wish that there was a little bit more good news, And I was like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean more good news? And he's like, well, I know he spoke about Jesus, but just like, there should be more good news about being a Christian. I'm like, but that is the good news. The good news is that even though we deserve to go to hell because we have Jesus Christ, we don't. That's the only good news. That's the love of God. His love is that even though we rejected him, even though we have turned against him, even though we are sinners, he sent his son to pay the price that we should rightly have paid. Paul says it. The wages of sin is death. So technically speaking, we should all go to hell. Oh, majors, the only reason people go to hell is because they're sinners. Paul says it. The wages of sin is death. Every human being goes to hell because of sin. When you accept Jesus Christ, he paid the price for your sins so that you can be saved. God says it. When he looks at you, he sees the sacrifice of Jesus Christ. So when you accept Jesus, he becomes your mediator. But no, it is 100% sin that sends you to hell. Because remember, the opposite of hell is heaven. And there is no sin in heaven. Because heaven is the dwelling place of God. And God has no sin within him. So you and I cannot be with God in our sinful nature. We require sanctification. The sanctification process starts when we accept Jesus and is completed when we die. And once we are fully sanctified is when we go into heaven. And that happens in the judgment. What about other religions? Do you think they are false, misunderstood, or just another way to interpret the same deity? Jesus says, there is only one way to the Father, and that is through me. So yes, any religion that does not believe in Jesus Christ as the Son of God and the Savior of humanity goes to hell. Snivels, but we can trace other religions. We can look anthropologically at other religions. We can look historically at other religions. Christianity is the only religion that holds up both historically and anthropologically to every test that makes it very difficult to determine that it was indeed man-made. So this was just a human invention. Even when you go, I heard Alex O'Connor. Most atheists should know who Alex O'Connor is. Alex O'Connor, over the weekend in a podcast, he was asked, right, do you believe, or he was asked about Christianity specifically, and even he made this argument. He said, I don't know if Jesus rose from the dead. I can't say definitively to you that he didn't. because the historical evidence that he did is significant. In terms of historical evidence, there is just too much to absolutely conclude that he didn't. So what he ultimately admits, and almost every atheist scholar, biblical scholar, admits the same thing. They don't know what happened on the morning of the third day of his burial, but they know something happened there. They don't know what it is, but something happened there, which is very awkward. Because there's a lot of things that's also wrong for the time. That bowls a lot of people as to, if this was man-made, it wouldn't have been so sloppy. So, for example, the fact that not all of the Gospels are exactly the same, the fact that they seemingly contradict each other at times. To you and I, most people would look at that and say, well, that's clearly that they're bullshit. But actually, no. Historians actually look at that and say, it's evidence that they're real. Instead, if they were exactly the same, that would tell them that this is man-made. So that would tell them someone is trying to tell them a story here, and they made sure, very sure, that this story is exactly the same, no matter what. The fact that there are contradictions tells them that this is probably authentic. These guys were not colluding with one another. Then you have, for example, the fact that it is 5 women that find Jesus' crypt empty. At the time, in Jewish society, the testimony of a woman meant nothing. Zero. Nothing. If a woman said something in a court of law or even in conversation, no one would take it seriously because it's a woman. If they were going to make up this story, they wouldn't say that it was 5 women that found the crypt of Jesus empty. They would have said it as men because they were Jews. Remember, the disciples were Jews. They would have understood that a woman cannot find the crypt empty if they want people to believe that the crypt was empty, because that would be one of the problems. People would immediately go, oh, it's a woman saying it. She doesn't know what she's talking about. So fundamentally, and there's many more. Many more. I'm not going to go through all of it, but there's so much evidence of both historically and anthropologically that suggests that this religion most likely isn't man-made. So Archmagus, no. You are fully saved at the moment that you accept Jesus Christ. I am not a Catholic. The Catholics believe in purgatory and some purgatory stuff. I'm not that. I believe that you are fully and completely saved through faith. I'm very much a Lutheran. Right? I like Luther. You are saved by accepting Jesus Christ. But Paul, Peter, all of them, all of the disciples write about this. The fruit of the Spirit. So the works is a testament of accepting Jesus Christ. So you're not saved through works. You can't work your way into heaven. Your faith and your faith alone gets you into heaven. But if you tell me I am a Christian, so if you tell me, oh, I'm a Christian, I gave my life to Christ, but then I look at your life and I see you judging other people. I see you being prideful. I see you speaking evil to people. I see you stealing. I see you fornicating outside of wedlock. I see you cheating on your wife. I'm going to look at you and say, but hold on. You say with your mouth that you are Christian, and yet I see nothing of Christ in you. Where's the fruit of the Spirit? You don't seem to show it. You see, becoming Christian is becoming so painfully aware of your sin and just how much God hates sin. And then spending your life allowing the Holy Spirit to sanctify you. Because sanctification is a process. It's not something that happens overnight. You're young in the faith, only 2 years. You're older than me in the faith. I've only been saved for about 8 months. But I'm lucky in that I'm in a Baptist church that takes this stuff very seriously. And I've joined everything. I go to church, I go to Bible study, I have a men's book study group that I go to every Friday. I have on Mondays, I have a prayer hour that I attend. So I take this, and once a month I go to a theological class that I attend. So I take this very seriously. But when you become so painfully aware of your sin and how your sin removes you from God, you have a hunger in you to change that, to lose that sin. And while you can never truly lose that sin, because your flesh and your spirit will be fighting constantly for control, you can you can ultimately it is enough. Your faith is enough. The problem with sin is not a passive component. This is something that when I snapped this, when I realized this, it changed my entire world. The reason we as Christians fight so hard against sin is because we understand that sin is not a passive component. The sin yearns for you just as you yearn for it. So when you, as a Christian, say, well, you know, I am a Christian, but I just want to watch a little bit of porn. The sin yearns for you as you yearn for it. So what starts off as a little bit of porn will eventually become a lot of porn. And ultimately, that sin may cause you to reject God because you're going to feel guilty every single time you do it. You're going to feel guilty. There's going to be an element of guilt every single time you betray the Spirit. And at some point, you're going to be tired of feeling that guilt, and then you're going to reject God. And that's devastating. So we stay clear of sin, or at least try, because we don't want to walk that path. Too bad Christians in America don't have the same mindset as you, Aklon. They're not Christians then. I like debate merely to widen my perspectives. I don't intend to offend anyone with my questioning, so I hope nobody takes it as such. Oh, Valentine, I'm happy for people to question. What about the religions that predate Christianity and the plus 100,000 years of human history that predates that? Why would Christianity as the one true religion appear so late? Because that's when God wanted it to appear. Because that's when the Jews were ready for it. It all happened according to his divine plan, and I cannot give you all of the answers. I can tell you, go look at the different faiths of the world and read them objectively, as I have done with many of them. Not all, I must admit, but with many of them. And what you find is that there's always some kind of benefactor. You know, there's always someone that benefits in the faith, someone that gets very rich. So take Mormonism, for example. Joseph Smith heard all of these special little things from God that allowed him to have more wives than any of the others, that allowed him to make more money than any of the others. And every faith on this planet has these benefactors, either the priest as a class or, you know, someone benefits in the faith. Or a lot of faiths actually celebrate the more sinister things of the human mind and of the human heart. So you get a lot of pagan religions, for example, pagan faith or belief systems that celebrate orgies and sex and immorality and the concepts of immorality. And then you look at Christianity. It is a faith that benefits no one. So none of the prophets of God, none of the priests of God, none of the followers of Christianity or of Christ, or Christ himself, in fact, ever made any real money off of this. God didn't give one group special rules and another group other rules. Everyone had the same rules and everyone had to follow the same rules. Christ was dirt poor right up until the day that he died. He didn't come, he wasn't rich, he never preached that he should get more than anyone else. In fact, time and time again, he got less than everyone else. And Christianity as a faith, also one of the few ones that preach against our darker instincts. All of the things that other faiths find ways of celebrating, Christianity says no. You cannot do that. And then, of course, there's the ultimate test. And that is that societies that are modeled on the moral law of God tend to be a hell of a lot more successful than societies that are not. All of the West, even the Western nations that have completely rejected Christianity, have within their moral fabric and fiber the basic laws and moralities of God. Love thyself, or love thy neighbor as thy love thyself. This is fundamental to every Western society, and yet it is Christian. It is a Christian principle, right? So, there's a bunch of tests that you can do to see that there must be something about this religion that is interesting, at least. Jake Reaper, how you doing, sir? The only thing I hate is the prosperity gospel, twisting people's minds away from God, and it's just all about them. Jake Reaper, yes, I'm not a fan of the prosperity teachings. Kishos, how you doing? So you're saying that the Japanese are less morally good than the Western people? No. When did I say that? Although there's no denying that modern-day Japanese society has also benefited greatly from the influence of the West. Provided it took 2 big booms to get them to see reason, but they did. If you go to Japan prior to that, yes, it's a very rich and a culturally amazing place. But life wasn't necessarily always good for the people that live there. And the society did not necessarily produce a well-faring society for everyone. So, again, but to be clear, to answer your question, people can absolutely be morally good without God. You don't need God for morality, or to be morally good, although I do think you need God for morality in the first place. Good question on what are we doing? Digit, how you doing, sir? Yeah, Benny, I've watched some videos about that. Hey, Big Thulu, but I think you're lying. Or at least you're severely mistaken. The spread of Christianity was not done through war. In fact, by the time the massive religious wars break out, it is Christian nations fighting each other. The only time the Christian nations aren't fighting other Christians is when they're retaliating against the Muslims in the Crusades. And yes, that was very much a retaliation to Muslim invasion of Europe that led to the Crusades. So, no. If you look at the history, Christianity spreads like an absolute wildfire through Europe with relatively no war. And the wars that are fought at the time are not fought on religious bounds or grounds. They're fought over territories and stuff, as nations have always done for 1,000 years prior to Christianity. And as Christianity takes over, you have now a bunch of nations that are all Catholic, and then, of course, comes the Reformation. And the Reformation tears Europe apart. And then as nations accept Protestantism, and you have Catholics, the Catholics and the Protestants start destroying each other. But it's not true that Christianity was sprayed by the sword. Do any shoguns still reside in Japan? I don't know. Here says that I absolutely agree with. I am not suggesting for even a moment that there are very evil people that have used religion as a justification for their very evil things. I absolutely agree with you. Evil people will always find reasons to do evil things. It just so happens that religion is a nice way of justifying it. So, yeah, don't for a second think that I'm suggesting, oh, but no Christian has ever done... No, I know for a fact that plenty of people have claimed to do all sorts of things in the name of Christ. The thing that you have to look at is not what the followers do, but what the faith commands. So when you look, for example, at someone invading another country and saying that it's in the name of Christ, then all you do is you take them to the New Testament and you say, all right, where does Christ give you the right to invade another nation? They just point me to the passages where Christ says that that's what you need to do. They'll fail because Christ never gives us the right to pick up the sword. In fact, the one disciple that does pick up the sword is reprimanded by Jesus, and Jesus heals the soldier whose ear is cut off. So clearly Jesus is not okay with violence in any way, shape, or form. But there are other religions where if you look at how they convert, it is well within keeping to what the religion says should be done, right? People will always find reasons to do evil stuff, always. I don't think that should define a faith. I think the faith should define it. Yeah, but wait, you're talking about Constantine, and what you're letting out there, Epicthulu, is how Constantine was actively hunting Christians. It was Constantine that when he realized that his kingdom is about to tear itself apart as a result of Roman persecution of Christians, that he called a truce and said, fine, stop. And then finally recognized Christianity. But you are leaving out quite a lot of Christian persecution, right? So, like, let's not let history start where it proves our point. True, I guess. If you look at Japan, even China, they hadn't doing any wars or invading any other countries. Okay, maybe China trying to come for Taiwan again, but generally because of that, or at least one of the reasons why they're so multiple decades advanced in technology, digital society. I was in Milan this weekend and went into some old churches. I'm not a believer, but to be fair, when I stood there under the statue of Christ, I actually got some tears. Now I know how confession must feel like. So guess what? I'm not a Catholic. I'm a Protestant. The building where I go to church is an incredibly modest building with no statues and no crazy windows. It's It's a small little church where the pastor isn't rich, but it's a good church. So I'm definitely not Catholic. Yes, those Catholic buildings are insane. Big Thulu, but your argument is based on presuppositions that you have not yet proven. You've made a claim, yet your claim is devoid of proof. Because there are plenty of historians that you can listen to that explain to you that that is just not true. The overwhelming majority of war that you see within the Christian world is Christians versus Christians. Not the other way around. Now, when a nation finally becomes majority Christian, do you see within that nation a lot of oppression of, like, for example, pagans? Yes. But at that time, the nation is already majority Christian. So the Christianity has already spread, and now the pagans are under attack from the Christians that live there, right? Again, do I condone what those Christians did? Absolutely not. Because again, they do not understand the faith. You're not supposed to prosecute or persecute or oppress anyone. We're not called for that. But bad people will find good reasons to do bad things. The interior. So again, I've never been inside an Orthodox church. Do I need to prove that Christians convert to pagans through violence? Very easy to do. No, you don't have to. I just told you. But your assertion is that the pagans were invaded by the Christians. The nations were already majority Christian by the time the conversion, so to speak, started. So, you know, that still doesn't speak to your point. And I would say that it is also possibly necessary that if you are going to say, if we were conquered by Hindu or by Hinduism or by Buddhism, we would have been Buddhists or we would have been Hindus. It's interesting that we are not, and that they also didn't. Saying, but before Christianity, there were many conquerors. Yeah, conquering is the one thing that is human. But it is what it is. Okay, so off from the very heavy topic, I'm not religious. I still went there and acted with respect and tried to understand what and why people go to church. Fighting with no sense to go on, and something clicked in that church when I thought about what the text and such teaches. Started with confusion, but nothing to do with the poem. No. Of course, Kishras, I fully understood what you meant. I was just saying, my church doesn't have any of that. If you stood in my church, you would feel completely underwhelmed if you were expecting beauty. It's just a normal building. White building with like dark brown windows on it. But yeah, it is what it is. I think, Kestras, if you want to... I can't speak for anyone else. Everyone will have their own... everyone will have their own journey. My journey took me to Christ. Someone else's journey might take them somewhere else. And I hope that it takes you to Christ eventually. but that is for God to decide and not for me. So let's quickly talk about tomorrow, because I have to go. Tomorrow, I'm going to... I think tomorrow we're going to start Mass Effect. Because it occurred to me last week or the week before when we were playing the Veilguard. You guys at least deserve to see when BioWare was at their best. I was going between Mass Effect or Dragon Age, the Origins. But then I thought, I need to mod Dragon Age Origins a little bit too much. So maybe we're going to start with Mass Effect. So tomorrow we'll start the Mass Effect playthrough. Remember, tomorrow night we have the live stream for World of Warcraft. So I don't know yet when I'll be live tomorrow. I'll probably be live a little bit later so that I'll be live for the live stream. We're going to start at 1. We're going to start at 1. Amu, yes, but I have a brand new Mass Effect Legendary Edition on Steam that I have not played through yet. That one deserves to be played through as well. So we'll play through all of the Mass Effects so that I can finish the Steam one as well. It is 6 o'clock for me at the moment. So yeah, I will be back tomorrow. I don't know yet which time. Just keep an eye out for Discord. I'll let you know there as soon as I go live. And then we'll watch the World of Warcraft thing. And then on Thursday, we'll also be playing Mass Effect. Friday is Baron's Chat. So keep an eye out for that. The time for Baron's Chat has changed.
Hey.
Serikin, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The time for Baron's Chat has changed. It is now at 4 p.m. So yeah, just keep an eye out for that. Because I'll be live at 4 o'clock until 6 o'clock for Baron's Chat. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to go. I'm going to go grab some food, then cook, and then eat. And then I'll see all of you tomorrow. Remember to go check out the video that I uploaded today. It's pretty interesting. Definitely hope to see you there. Roaming Firebat, thank you so much for hanging out. To all of you, thank you so much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate all of you from the bottom of my heart. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, be good to each other. Be kind to each other. And I will see all of you